tracking an unknown object that seems to be heading for the Winston-Salem Fairgrounds. There are reports of strong gusts, lightning strikes, and thunder. Officials are urging fans to take shelter in the rink and rush for the park.
While the air. We'll have another drive here. They go back behind the net looking for centering play. There it is, they score! It's 1-0. Thunderbirds take the lead here on the road. Tipped in front, there it is, they score! Jack, Gus Ford comes over, and there's a hit, and here we go! Shooting one through a screen. I don't know how Boris Babic saw it, but he did. Gets to work. They fire one, they score! Roman Kramer wins the game in overtime! And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome live inside the Visions Veterans Memorial Arena. Kendall Grayson with you as always. Twin City Thunderbirds hockey behind enemy lines here on the weekend. Back-to-back road games against the two-time defending champs, the Binghamton Black Bears. The opponent, the Thunderbirds, tonight after a thrilling win on home ice back on Saturday. A come-from-behind effort in a 4-3 overtime win. Twin City's in search of win number 14 on the season tonight. The Black Bears will be going for win number 31 on the year as they lead the FPHL standings. The Thunderbirds with, I mentioned that thrilling come-from-behind win last time on the ice. It was 2 goals from Roman Kramer, including the overtime game winner. Jan Salak scored one very late in the final 2 minutes with the net empty with the extra attacker on the ice. 6-on-5 hockey to tie the game up at 3-3. The Thunderbirds were down 3-1 earlier in the third period. They came roaring back with the final 3 goals of the game. Roman Kramer, Jan Salak, and Roman Kramer again, the final 3, as Zach White scored earlier in the contest at 1:52. And we thank you for tuning into the pregame show tonight. The puck drops at 7 o'clock for both of these road games here on the weekend. Tonight's game at 7, and also tomorrow's game will begin at 7 o'clock. The Thunderbirds, as we take a look at the transactions, and here's what it looks like as of late. In the last week or so, Cade Hanley has been returned from loan, and so he was playing in the SPHL last weekend, and he's back for the Thunderbirds tonight. Caleb Melanson has been released. He also had a 2-game suspension from last weekend, so he was going to be ineligible to play either way this weekend, but he's been released on waivers. The Thunderbirds signing Matt Garcia after acquiring him in a transaction going back to last week. Now, he didn't play and was not with the team last week for the 2 games against Blue Ridge, but he will make his debut with the team tonight. He signed an agreement earlier this week, so the Thunderbirds will have him. And then also it's Chris Mott, who will return to this facility. This is going to be his debut with the Thunderbirds tonight after being acquired in a transaction again with the Rock Lobsters, another move with Athens, and Mott won a championship here last season, and so I know the fans are happy to see him back, and Chris Mott will make his debut. Joe Kennedy also released on waivers along with Caleb Melanson from last weekend. And so as we take a look at the transactions, that now brings us to what the roster looks like. The Thunderbirds with a couple of players still on the injured reserve who will not play, and James Farmer and Yuri Pestuka. But the forwards right now on the roster, it's Jacob Schnapp, Gus Ford, John Butita, Jan Salak, Roman Kramer, Corey Cunningham, Zach White, Nate Keeley, Chris Mott, Yuri Pestuka, and Michael Mania. On defense for the team, it's Cade Hanley, Connor Craig, Matt Garcia, Josh LaBelle, James Farmer, Richard Dorina, Igor Ramino, Troy Harwell, Dion Demke, and Boris Babic and Chad Purdy, the goaltenders. And once again, we can tell you that it will be Boris Babic who will start the game. It will be Wyatt Friedlander on the other side. And so as we take a look at the leaders on each side, 47 points for Gus Ford. He leads the way for the Thunderbirds. 39 points for Zach White, 31 for Josh LaBelle. Boris Babic in net for the 24th time this season. He will look to improve on his 3.22 goals against averages, 9.14 save percentage. And on the other side, it will be Wyatt Friedlander, just his 3rd appearance on the season. But a perfect 2-0 record for him, a 9.05 save percentage. So he's looking to improve on that. But it'll be C.J. Stubbs, Ivan Bondarenko, Gavin Yates, the leaders for the Black Bears. 64 points for Stubbs, 57 for Bondarenko, and 50 points on the year 21 goals and 29 assists for Gavin Yates. And so that's what it looks like on the other side. We'll have a look at the league standings. The Thunderbirds, in their win, got 2 points of a possible 3. And so they slipped to 5th place in the Continental Division side of things. The Ice Caps jumped them, and so it's now PD in 4th and Twin City in 5th. Moccasins leading the way on the Continental Division side, and of course in the Empire Division, it's the Binghamton Black Bears with a 30-point lead over 2nd place Port Huron in the Empire Division. We'll keep you updated as we always do on the out-of-town scoreboard report tonight, and it will be our game beginning in just a few moments. Then PD will be on the road to play Athens. Topeka is hosting Indiana this evening. Monroe playing a home game against Baton Rouge. Danbury traveling to Whitfield to play the Blue Ridge Bobcats. Port Huron on the road against Watertown. And Columbus playing host to Biloxi. We'll continue on here in our pregame show. We'll step aside. We'll have a bit of a break. As always, we'll hear from head coach Steve Harrison with our weekend preview. And on the video side of things on YouTube and Facebook, we will also relive the moments of that thrilling victory back on Saturday for the Thunderbirds. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. The puck drops in about 10 minutes at 7 o'clock tonight.
In a rematch against the Twin City Thunderbirds at 7.
Here we go. And away we go as the opening face-off is won by Zach White. In the near side corner, Butita throws a check to his number 14 counterpart in the game, and Dustin Jasso. Now towards center, it's onside for the Bobcats here on the power play. Long shot, they scored, it's 1-0. And it'll be a power play goal that will break the ice on this Saturday afternoon for Blue Ridge. And the fans like that effort here, as that was the 20th shot. And Babic with 19 saves. Good check there from Butita. Another one. John Butita throwing hits here today. Run into by Craig, back behind the net. He'll wait. Looks for an option. Radchenko loads up. Across they go. The net's empty and they score. They spin one down low with Roman Kramer. Now back towards the near side, LaBelle. LaBelle will punch at it. Found by Gus Ford. Goes across and player got tied up in front. They'll shoot one, tip it in. And it's a goal from Zach White. And Twin City is on the board. It's 2-1 with 18:08 left to go in the Culver's third period. Now it's back to Mania. Flashes through the neutral zone. Michael Mania still with it. Back behind the goal, and he's ridden into the boards. Helmet popped off, and a penalty's been called, and we may have a fight. Through the center ice red line, all the way down the rink it goes. Icing called against the Bobcats. And you hear the cheers. Caleb Melanson has stepped over the boards. 6'4", 269. Here we go. Melanson standing beside Erickson. He's pumping the crowd up. Listen to this. It's getting ready to go down. Here we go. Melanson wants to fight. Here he goes. He'll grab him. A quick one. Down they go. More punches from Melanson. Pounding on the back of his head. This Grayson delivers some justice. And now we'll see if Kennedy can steal it away. Still with Blue Ridge. Salak trying to get to it near side. They fail a one-timer and it goes in. And off the bounce, it'll be a 3-1 lead with a power play goal. They'll build some speed up the left wing. Onside, Gus Ford across the zone. It was detected. They fire, they score! Roman Kramer makes it 3-2. As the Bobcats look to move it out, but they couldn't get to it. 90 seconds left. LaBelle, long shot, scores! We are tied. 5 seconds left. Can they beat the buzzer? No, they'll throw it down low, and we will go to overtime. 3-3 the score. That one got blocked and deflected. The Bobcats give it away. Roman Kramer across the shot in front. He scores! Roman Kramer wins the game in overtime. 4-3 the final. For the second time this season, Kramer is the overtime hero. The Thunderbirds come back to tie it, and then they win it in the overtime. And now Jasseau wants to prove how tough he is and try to fight Josh LaBelle. That won't happen. John Butita gives the Bobcats a bit of a glove wave. And the Thunderbirds will wave to everyone. The fans that made it out here today, what a game they've just seen. Kendall Grayson here with head coach Steve Harrison for our weekend preview. Coach, we hit the road this weekend to play the Binghamton Black Bears, final time in the regular season here for these back-to-back games. They've been a tough opponent this year for not only us, but every team in the league. They're sitting at the top for a reason. So, what are you looking forward to, and how do we get 2 wins here on the weekend?
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Whenever somebody presents you a challenge that we've got to be ready for, if you don't embrace it with all the passion and everything that you got, then you probably shouldn't be coming on the bus with us. So is it going to be a tough road? No question. But the biggest thing I look at is we got to go out and play. We can't worry about where they're at in the standings or how they did last weekend or what we did last weekend. I like what happened last weekend. I think sometimes things ignite teams and hopefully that energizes us a little bit, that we can play when we want to play. And but we're going to have our hands full this weekend. But we got to go up there with an attitude of don't give them anything, make them earn something. And when we get our chances, we're going to have to take advantage of it. And we're going to just have to play tight away from the puck. They're a good team away from the puck, but they're also a good team with the puck. So we're going to have to battle our tails off this weekend. And I'm looking forward to it. It's always fun to go there, see how we do. And as I said, I can't wait for the Friday night because, as I said, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Thanks, Coach. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Black Bears head coach is Rick Sherwood.
And welcome back live inside Divisions Veterans Memorial Arena here in Binghamton, New York. Kendall Grayson with you as always. Twin City Thunderbirds hockey, thank you so much for tuning in as we're almost ready to go for tonight's game. We will have the national anthem presented by the American Elevator Company and join the pregame festivities.
at time, we ask you to please rise if you are able and remove your caps. First performing God Bless America, we welcome Norwich's Perry Brown Elementary School. And now, performing our national anthem, we welcome Susquehanna Valley's Brookside Elementary School and Donnelly Elementary School Chorus. Let's hear for all these amazing singers. Fantastic job.
Showdown's gonna be a good time. It's a small town.
And so with that, we are nearly ready for the Pine Tree Tavern first period. Geico Winston-Salem brings us the starting lineup. And it's Boris Babick in net for the Thunderbirds. Connor Craig, Josh LaBelle, Gus Ford, Jan Salak, Chris Mott will all start the game as part of our Geico of Winston-Salem starting lineup. We are nearly ready to go. We will have a ceremonial puck drop and then the call of period number one. So if you're watching on the video side of things, we get a look at the Black Bears netminder Wyatt Friedlander, who the Thunderbirds will see for the first time this season. Boris Babick in goal in search of his 11th win of the year and win number 46 of his career. Thunderbirds will move left to right in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. They are in their road white sweaters tonight. And they'll be in them again here tomorrow for the rematch. Tomorrow's game is the final scheduled meeting between these two teams this season, but as we know, postseason history between these two clubs. It's a 5-game season series this year in the regular season. Thunderbirds played one game here earlier in the year back in November. Black Bears made the trip to Winston-Salem earlier this month. And now the return trip for the Thunderbirds. Tonight's game is game one of a 7-game road trip for Twin City. The Thunderbirds will not be in action next weekend as they have a weekend off, a bye weekend in the schedule, very unusual, so they will not be playing next weekend, and then they will have 3 road games against the PD Ice Caps following that, and then 2 road games against Monroe to complete this current 7-game road trip. Important hockey for this club as they face off tonight against the division leader on the other side. They'll have 2 games against the Continental Division leaders in Monroe, and in between, 3 games against the team that's directly in front of them in the standings. Nearly ready to go as they get the carpet rolled back and the youth skaters off the ice. That's the only thing we're waiting on here. Thanks for tuning in on YouTube, Facebook, and of course our audio partners on the radio side at WTOB. It's hockey weather outside, and we've got a couple of hockey games for you here. Ice crew heads across the ice. I think they're going to have a couple of scrapes here. We see on the far side corner in the building. If you're watching on the video side of things, they're showing the crowd shots on our broadcast feed, but I think nearly ready to go. Let's hope. It's cold enough outside they shouldn't have any ice problems, I can tell you that. The wind chill got up to -6 today. That was the warmest it got all day long. When we arrived this morning, it was roughly -20. My phone had it at -22. I think I saw as low. So it's certainly cold enough outside here. And looks like now we're ready to go for the Pine Tree Tavern first period. So sit back and enjoy it. And as always, everyone, thanks for making Thunderbirds hockey part of your weekend. Here we go. The opening faceoff is won by the Black Bears, and tonight's game is underway. Out towards the red line. Played immediately by Binghamton onside from Bondarenko, then went back the other way and then recaptured into the defensive end. This is held on to by Daniel Stone. He went down, and then they're able to take it right to left. Back to Ivan Bondarenko. Gave the pass along, and Durazio shoots it across the ring. Found here, though, by LaBelle. So LaBelle looks to go ahead. Jan Salak will try to battle for possession as well. Back and forth, and then goes back into the Thunderbirds defensive end. 40 seconds gone by in the matchup. Out to center. Here we go with Chris Mott, and they'll call it back for an offside. And so that's the first time that Mott possessed the puck for the Thunderbirds. He's brand new to the lineup. He was acquired from Athens. But as I mentioned earlier here in the broadcast, spent time with Binghamton and won a championship here last season. Mott wearing number 22. Lifted onside here as we're back. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can track it down back behind the goal line. Far side of the building, good check there. Roman Kramer steps in. He was the hero back on Saturday with 2 goals, including the overtime game winner. His second game winner in overtime on home ice this season. Here's Gavin Yates with it, gave it away. Zach White holding on to it to find Corey Cunningham. Fired onside by Roman Kramer. All the way around it goes. Far side of the building. We're just underway here in tonight's game. 18:40 left to play in the first period. Scoreless hockey. Here's Yates. Almost gave it away to Cunningham. He sort of stuttered there for a moment. Now he continues on. Fires one, kicked out by Babick. Rebounds there. And still held onside here for the Black Bears. Long shot in on goal. Stick save made. And we'll see if the Thunderbirds can find it from behind the goal line. The Black Bears look to work from there. 18-18 left to go in period number 1. Out to center. It's chipped ahead. Cunningham puts it onside and then back behind the net. Good check there from Keeley. Nate Keeley applies a hit. Here's Kate Hanley. Hanley returns to the lineup. 2 games in the SPHL last weekend. So he's returned. Over the red line. Here they go. And this is going to be called an offside on the other way. So 17:56 left to go in the first period.
Chucklebuck happens during the second intermission. Thank you to Excite Motorsports Investor for your chance to
Face-offs
win
outside of the
brand new
attacking area here for
C600 Touring ATV.
Binghamton. Shots are 1-0 early on. Scoreless on the board. There's Durazio to play it across quickly. And they'll look to launch it onside there with Daniel Stone across the ring. Found here by Hanley. Hanley has room to work, moving it out towards the neutral zone. They look to play ahead, and they say that Dion Demke was in just a bit too soon.
Hey fans, don't forget to stop.
Well, we'd like to send our well wishes to Johnny Ruiz of the Danbury Hat Tricks. They put out a statement earlier today that he suffered a stroke back on Tuesday. Very unfortunate. Thunderbirds family were certainly thinking about him and his family moving forward and hoping for a quick recovery. But onside here from the Black Bears as we're back. 17:27 to play in period one. Far side of the building. We'll see if Keeley can work it free. John Boutita in a battle as well. Found by Troy Harwell and then eventually played by Dion Demke. Demke over the red line and on goal and turned aside there by Friedlander. Wyatt Friedlander. We'll see if we can give the Thunderbirds their first shot of the night there as he had to steer that one aside. Collected by Craig. Connor Craig in the defensive end. 3 minutes gone by in the matchup. Shipped ahead by Gus Ford in on Friedlander and he will melt this one down. We have 16:56 left to go in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. Thunderbirds down by a pair in the third period on Saturday. They outshot the Bobcats 15-6 and then 2-0 in the overtime. What a thriller that one was. Offensive end face-off here. They've lost it though. Goes to the far side corner. Collected and played out by the Black Bears. Jesse Anderson had it. And Connor Craig played it. Given away, though. Here comes Binghamton onside with it. Ondarenko back down low. They center in front. Good stick lift there. Getting back on the play for Christopher Mott. And that's the first real flashy play he's made with the team here early on in his debut. Certainly prevented the chance in on net there. Maybe have prevented the first goal of the game. Ondarenko finds it. Gets it back out to the red line. And the Black Bears go ahead with it. And behind the net, Boris Babic to it. And he goes back for Igor Ramoneau. Near side found by Kramer, then out to White. And White nearly had a break with Cunningham, taken aside and then flipped ahead. And dropped onside by C.J. Stubbs. So goes back the other way. Twin City looking for it at center. Here's a play onside, and they just missed the pass with Kramer looking for White. Roman Kramer stole it away there, and then he had White open. Back behind the net. Shots officially still 1-0 here. 15:42 left to go in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. Twin City on the road this weekend. They center one here and taken aside in front of the goal. It's picked off by Gavin Yates. Here come the green sweaters onside. No shot though. And there's a drive and it's up and high and out of play. Thunderbirds affected that one getting back. And at that time it was Matt Garcia. So Matthew Garcia broke up that play, and it remains scoreless. Defense's zone face-off for Nate Keeley, and he wins this one right out in front of his own net. Played there nicely by Hanley in front of Babic, and then John Boutita with it. Down the rink it goes, back in behind the line. 15:15 left to go in period one. Goes by Sargis out towards center, played ahead by Hanley. Offside speed was picked off. Boutita's on it here. Try to find a play back to Keeley, back and forth. We'll see if Keeley can now take it away as they look to steal it away on the far side. Boutita went down. Thunderbirds wanted the call, and we play even strength. There's Demke throwing a hit. And looking back at the official. Meanwhile, Black Bears onside, and they zip one well wide of the goal. 14:44 left to play in the period. Out to center, moved ahead, and back the other way. Thunderbirds will go to find it here in the defensive territory. Jan Salak, he plays it towards the center ice red line. They go across, and back deep into the zone it goes. Found by Austin Durazio. So Binghamton went back to retrieve it. 14:20 left to go in the first period. And look out here, Babick had to play it, nearly lost it, settled it, and the Thunderbirds will survive. They'll throw it down the ring, and no icing here. Found by Ford. Ford will catch up to it. Near side corners, they battle for it. And we'll see if Chris Mott can find it. He lost it, though. Then right back for Ford. Gus Ford from the half wall. Pressure to the back of him. Now it's in the near side corner for Mott. Jan Salak to it. Ford open, shooting one. Save made by Friedlander. And that should be the Thunderbirds' first official shot, and it's up on the board now. Shots are even at 1, and we are scoreless. 13:37 left to go in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. Nearly given away here in the defensive end, and in fact, the Black Bears will find it. Thunderbirds had room to move it out of the zone there. They'll find it. Up top, moved around Anderson, far side shot, save made by Babick, blocked in front, and Christopher Mott will swing it out towards the red line. Twin City making changes with Corey Cunningham applying some pressure, goes back across the rink, onside is Bondarenko, loads up, near side a chance, they fire in front, it's blocked, rebounds there, the net's off though, as Babick made a save, and I don't think it would have counted anyway as the Black Bears actually knocked the goal off. All right, that takes us to our opening media timeout of tonight's game. We'll step aside and be right back. We thank you for tuning in. We are scoreless here in the first period.
What are you doing, bub?
Just fixing my chair.
You should call Contract Business Solutions.
Good idea. I'll give them a call.
Proudly serving the Piedmont Triad area for over 17 years, Contract Business Solutions partners with leading manufacturers to create innovative, budget-friendly workspaces. From design and layout to delivery and installation, explore our capabilities at cbsworkspaces.com.
Two pillows, endless possibilities. At Cotton & Crate, we make it easy to refresh your home season after season. Our 18x18 and 12x20 pillow sizes pair perfectly with our seasonal collections of interchangeable covers, so you can refresh your style anytime without cluttering up your closet. We're proud to team up with the Twin City Thunderbirds, celebrating hometown spirit and the comfort of home on and off the ice. Thunderbirds fans, enjoy $5 off your order at cottonandcrate.com with the code TBIRDS5OFF. Cotton & Crate, two pillows, endless possibilities.
Let's go back there.
13:07 left to go in the first period. Face off, and we're back following the opening media timeout. Another quick stoppage here. That one was through the neutral zone and right out in front of the Black Bears bench. 13:03 now left to go in the first. Shots are 3-1 for the home team. And the Thunderbirds and the Black Bears are scoreless so far in this one. High scoring affair, the only previous trip we had at this facility this season. It's a 5-4 win for Binghamton. Thunderbirds had a 3-1 lead in the second period. Near side, this goes all the way out through center, way back down the ice, and retrieved by Dan Weber. Weber finds it behind his goaltender, Friedlander. Third appearance of the season for him. Thunderbirds looking for it. And collected here by the Black Bears, and they'll forge ahead. Rolling it ahead was Cameron Cervoni. Onside a chance now in front, taken aside nicely. Here we go. Zach White charges up the left wing. Slams on the break, centers in front of the goal, found high in the zone though by Kramer. He was looking for Cunningham. Roman Kramer off the back of the net. Cunningham played it and taken away by Gavin Yates. And he nearly gave it aside. Thunderbirds looking to change here out towards center. They'll make several swaps. Utita Mania now on the ice. Keeley's out there, Harwell and Ramino. Onside a chance for the Black Bears. In on goal. What a save there from Boris Babick. A quick drive, and all of a sudden, shots are 4-1. Still scoreless, though. Here we go. Mania's got it. In front he goes, looking for a rebound. Save made by Friedlander. And it's taken away out to center ice. Good shot there from Michael Mania. As Mania was looking, I think, for a rebound in front of the goals. He shot low, trying to score, though, for the third time this season. Back behind the net. And the Thunderbirds looking for it here in the defensive territory. Off the backhand it goes, though, as it's chipped aside by Austin Durazio, then taken away by Twin City. Room to work. Hanley out towards center. And down the rink it goes. They missed the pass, and so this will be called for an icing. 11:26 left to go in period number 1, the Pine Tree Tavern first period. Out-of-town scoreboard report, no update yet from the PD Athens game. It was due to begin at 7:05, so we're still waiting for a score in that one, but we'll certainly be keeping our eyes on that matchup. As the Thunderbirds and the Ice Cats very close to each other. 1 point. That's all that separates them in the standings right now for the final playoff spot. Thunderbirds move it down the ice following a defensive zone face-off. Back onside quickly, though, for the Black Bears. As they'll stop at the top of the far circle. No shot yet. There it is, looking for a tip, and they got it right in on goal. Babick with a save, and out towards center he goes. Thunderbirds could have a 3-on-2 here, and they will. Here's Harwell to go in front of the net. Finds his own rebound, and he fires back wide of the goal. That one was blocked in front of the net, and then Troy Harwell looked to clean it up and put it in behind Wyatt Friedlander. Down low by Binghamton. They'll give it away. Jan Salak, good intercept. Play by Gus Ford, looking to get around the defender. And he nearly had a 1-on-0 chance with a goaltender. But it was Daniel Stone that broke up the play ahead of Ford. 10:32 to play in the first period. Looked like offside there, but they let that one go. Binghamton's onside with a chance. Shot, and it goes wide of the goal. Another one in on Babick, and that one was tipped away. They'll throw it across the zone. It's back out to center. Shots are now 6-2, favoring Binghamton. Zach White applying some pressure, but it's still with the Black Bears in the defensive end. Now they'll get it down the rink, and it's played by Boris Babick. Babick will flip it out towards the blue line. Played ahead by Kramer, and then Cunningham, then White looking to return it back, and picked off in front of Roman Kramer. LaBelle finds it here in front of the net. It's loose. They fire. They score! 1-0. What a play! Twin City takes the lead here on the road. Josh LaBelle puts it in. It's goal number 5 for him this season, the 37th of his career. Third shot of the night for the Thunderbirds goes in, and it's 1-0 here for the good guys. What a play there. Zach White fed a nice pass right to LaBelle as they had the Black Bears outnumbered between the dots. And it creates the first scoring play of the game. Maybe another one here. Keeley's onside. Long shot. Rebounds there. They put it right towards Friedlander, and he makes a save this time. Garcia holds the line and blocked away by Friedlander. Thunderbirds on the attack following the game's opening goal. 1-0 lead here behind enemy lines. Inside the blue line. Fired ahead. It's blocked, though, and Garcia will have to back skate here as the Black Bears will find it. They put a couple more shots on the board. Now 6-5. Shots on net still favoring Binghamton. 1-0 here as LaBelle has scored. Out towards center. Just went away from Matthew Garcia there. Sort of kicked at it with his skates and lost the handle. See if he can get it back in the far side corner now. Binghamton looking to track it down and trying to tie the match up here after surrendering the opening goal. LaBelle from White at 10:09, the time of the scoring play. Back behind the goal line. Far side of the building. Good check there from Keeley. Back down low it goes. They'll try to center with Scott Ramekers. Far side. Garrett Sargis. Sargis looks to spin away from the attackers, and there's 3 Thunderbirds over there looking to take it away, but it's played up top. High in the zone. DeRazio towards the goal, shut down nicely there by Mott. Chris Mott was ready for that one, and he stopped that one and then goes off on a change. Nicely done. Twin City will miss the pass here from center. We have 8:15 left to go in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. And the Thunderbirds working with a 1-goal lead here on the road. Back behind the line. Black Bears with plenty of room to work. They'll slab it off the glass and they'll go out towards the red line. Gus Ford, he moves it across quickly up to Kramer, then Salak. Salak tried to return it back to him, and he was not open there in the high slot area. So it's back to the neutral zone, played by the Black Bears. And they'll go ahead. Onside with a chance here. Jansen's in front, fires one. Good save made by Babick to deny Mac Jansen. Still onside, though, for Binghamton. Anderson this time, they go across. Picked off nicely by Josh LaBelle. Here come the Thunderbirds. LaBelle's got the hot hand here in the first period. Holding on to it, threw it in front there, and on goal, Friedlander wants to melt it down, and he does. And that will send us to a media timeout. Josh LaBelle has made it 1-0, and the Thunderbirds lead it by a goal. We'll be right back.
Best electricians, plumbers, and heating and cooling technicians to bring convenience and unbeatable value to our customers. Life can be hectic. What better way to simplify than to have one company you trust to take care of all of your home's repair needs? Since 1972, integrity and customer satisfaction have been at the heart of everything we do. We are proud to have built a name our neighbors trust, one that provides peace of mind and a service that can be relied on, today, tomorrow, and for years to come. Thank you for trusting Gwynn Services with your home. We are proud to stand behind the work we do every single day to serve our friends and neighbors here in North Carolina. We are Gwynn Services. One call does it all.
Every car gets warning lights, but did you know the color actually means something too? Red indicates an issue that requires immediate attention. Orange indicates a less urgent issue, like a vehicle service requirement. Blue and green give you information on lights and indicators. The more you know with Flow.
Josh LaBelle has given the Thunderbirds a 1-0 lead here in the first period as we return from the media timeout. Face-off is won by Binghamton. They'll look to move it from the defensive end. Out towards center. It's batted down in the Twin City defensive zone, which is to our left in period number 1. Near side, it's Craig. Craig goes back across, looking for a play to LaBelle. Intercepted, a long drive, stick save made by Babbitt. Falls down along the near side. Here we go through center. Thunderbirds have numbers again in a 3-on-2. Chance in front. LaBelle bumps it in front off the backhand of the save made by Friedlander on Cunningham. LaBelle sees an option. Finds Zach White. Then Cunningham trying to go in front to find Kramer. Got it back anyway. Bounced right towards the net. And a right pad save made by Wyatt Friedlander. 6:40 left to go in period 1. Another chance here. White zips it across to Kramer. Dancing in front. Fires one off the backhand. It just went wide. Twin City leading by a goal. Shots are 8-7, favoring the Black Bears. Moved in from the neutral zone, and this is going to get called for an icing. So icing's called against the Thunderbirds. They lead it here by a goal. Again, the scoring information is Josh LaBelle from Zach White at 10:09 of this Pine Tree Tavern first period. Zach White now with 22 assists on the season. So he hits the 40-point plateau. Defensive zone face-off for Twin City following the icing. And they'll win it here. For the neutral zone. Big hit to Michael Mania. Let's hope he's okay. He's slowly moving back towards the bench as Friedlander got a whistle. Mania was shaken up in the last game the Thunderbirds played on home ice back on Saturday, but good to see him out there continuing to play tonight. Onside a chance here as the Thunderbirds get back to it. Towards the net, just wide of the goal on the long shot. Hanley in on net, and that one got blocked out in front of Friedlander. Far side, we'll see if Butita can find it. Held onside, blocked in front, rebounds there, and swept away by Friedlander. Thunderbirds starting to keep Friedlander busy. That's their 8th shot of the night. Shots are now even at 8 apiece. Near side, found here by the Black Bears. They'll miss the pass, though, and Igor Ramino has found it. He backs up into the zone. Down towards center, flipped ahead, and given away by Twin City. We'll see if they can get it back as the Black Bears will get back to it. They'll move it down the rink, and no one there. Should provide some room for Garcia to go back and get to it. Garcia, although he was acquired last week, this is his debut. He did not play last weekend. Wasn't rostered last weekend, but he's officially in the lineup here. There's a giveaway And Janselak charges over to look to steal it right back. Tip just wide of the net, though, a long chance. Babic wants to melt it down, and he does. That'll take us to our final media timeout here of period number 1. As the Thunderbirds lead this one 1-0, we'll step aside for the final media timeout and be right back.
Being your best is hard. You gotta take care of yourself. You got your husband.
Let's put in a pool. For the kids.
For the kids. Forget the car. How about a motorcycle?
And if you own a business?
We need servers from, like, this century.
Yeah.
At Legacy Federal Credit Union, we're committed to helping you be your best you. Whether it's with an unbeatable car loan rate, home equity line of credit, or small business help.
Who's the best?
Visit alegacy.org for our best rates.
Maple Chase Golf and Country Club offers the best in recreational amenities in the Triad. Come enjoy a meal at the Pinebrook Bar and Grill, relax by our pool and cabana, and gear up at the Pro Shop while sharpening your skills on our 9,000 square foot putting green, and play around on our 18-hole Ellis Maples Design Championship Golf Course. You can find out more at maplechasecc.com. That's maplechasecc.com.
.451, that's all we have left here in this Pine Tree Tavern first period. Thunderbirds leading by a goal. As we're back, and they'll find it here behind the goal. Moved along the near side, couldn't move it out fully, and it's on Babic. He'll give a squeeze, and that will give us a stoppage. Defense his own face-off. Gus Ford readies, and down he goes. He'll win it to Connor Craig. Back he goes now to Josh LaBelle. LaBelle with an option up the far side. He'll find a pass from there. And here's Janselak. He pushes it ahead. Back behind the goal. Friedlander, they center out in front. They fire right in on him, and he makes a pad save. Rebounds there, and covered up again. Couple of quick chances there for the Thunderbirds. They look to go up by 2. Christopher Mott put one in on him. And they still had a chance after he made a left pad save. As Mott got the rebound and chipped it a little bit high in the air, and then he just was able to catch it and bring us to a stoppage. Offensive end face-off here, but it's played by Binghamton. They'll capture possession, onside a chance, far side of the building here. And the Thunderbirds looking for it again. They look to drive it out of the zone, given away though. Chance towards the net, move just wide, rolling free in front, and sensing danger there was Roman Kramer stepping in and making a play on it. Down the rink it goes, covered up by Friedlander, and he will bring us to a stoppage. I think we could hear the linesman call for an icing there, so it was due to be icing, but Friedlander chose to play it as it was right towards his goal. From the face-off, far side of the building found by the Black Bears. Here they go. Well, moving on side, across the rink, a chance here in front of Babic, and off the deflection, goes back behind him. And Binghamton's to it again. Stick lift, no shot. So the Thunderbirds survive for now. That was Emerson Emery with a chance, rolling free here. Good stick there by Matthew Garcia to wipe it away. Far side, Kramer applying some pressure. And good job there from Zach White to settle the puck as it was hopping to move it out to center. Cunningham will be called for a penalty here. And maybe more will develop. We'll see. And so that's going to be a hit from behind from Corey Cunningham. Likely either a cross check. I think that's what they signaled. And so we'll see Cunningham go to the box for the first time tonight. And that's going to put the Black Bears on a power play. And so the Thunderbirds will go to the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill. here in the Pine Tree Tavern, first period. Defensive zone face-off. And down it goes. We'll see if Twin City can find it. They've got it. And on the clear attempt, it goes into the bench. And so the face-off will stay into the defensive zone. There's the announcement. Cunningham cross-checking at 16:38. All right, so that took 5 seconds. We'll see the Thunderbirds can win another one here, and they do. Good job from Nate Keeley both times. This time unable to clear it out, and the Black Bears will go to work on the 5-on-4. Top of the circle. They'll work from there, looking to tie the game here in the first period. They'll bump into the slot and score. It's 1-1. And the call against Cunningham proves to be costly as Mac Jansen has tied the game. That's the 10th shot of the night for Binghamton, and it ties the game at 1. Black Bears power play, that's the 58th time that it's scored this season. 27.8 on the power play, the percentage for Binghamton. And so Jansen has tied it 1-1 with now 2:52 left to go in period 1. Here's a chance from DeRazio. He'll move it onside. And we'll see the Thunderbirds can get back to it. Out towards center. Ford got tied up and went down. Stands back up. DeRazio has it. Sent the pass across. Intercepted by Gus Ford. Moves it along to find a play up to Jan Salak. We're in the final 2.5 minutes of the opening 20. Hanley looks to chase it down in the defensive end. Back behind the goal line. Given away, though. Binghamton on the attack. They'll have it in the near side corner. Back behind. Nick Swain sent the pass across. A chance high in the zone here. It's Yates. Across they go. They'll throw it in front, and they missed a pass, and it's out to center. We'll see if Twin City wants to make some changes as Mott, Ford, and Salak all go over the boards. So Kramer's on the ice with White and Cunningham at Ford, and it's Craig and LaBelle on defense. 1:47 left to go in the first period. Dropped onside. Played by Friedlander. Far side of the building. Thunderbirds look to steal it here. Given away. And here come the Black Bears. Yates. And look to be offside there. They continue on though. Back behind the net. Boris Babick will put it on a tee for LaBelle. So LaBelle swiped along the near side to make a play to Roman Kramer. Back across as they'll move it to Connor Craig. Back to Kramer again. And White. And then White changing with Craig. 1:15 left in the period. Binghamton with an opportunity in from center, but played first by Igor Ramanel. Now it's Garcia. Garcia, though, picked off, played ahead by Sargis in front, covered up by Babbitt. And that'll give us a whistle. All right, so we have exactly 1 minute left to go in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. We hope you enjoy our intermission programming on the way in the break. Binghamton's now out shooting the Thunderbirds at 11-10. Josh LaBelle has Twin City's goal. Zach White on the assist. And Mac Jansen has the goal for Binghamton. And from the face-off, high in the zone, they'll hold on to it here with Jansen. In the final minute of the first 20, they try to center there in front of Babbitt. Far side of the building, inside the line of chance. Long shot, easy save from that range for Babbitt. If he can see it from there, it won't be much trouble. He stood up, caught that one pretty easily, and readies himself for another defensive zone face-off here. Gus Ford looks to win this one. Moved away play by Jansen. They center one, try to get the backdoor play to happen, and Chris Mott made a nice play defensively. Broke it up. Still onside though. Long shot blocked again. Janssen locks to it. Tries to skate it out to the neutral zone. And pressure to him. Binghamton puts it right back onside. Thunderbirds find it once more. They move it down the rink, and back and forth we go. Mott steals here at center. Then they take it off of his twig. Bondarenko sent the pass across in the far side corner now. Just 11 seconds left to go in the period. Towards the goal. And they missed that play to Stubbs. Here we go. One last chance for the Thunderbirds. Out to center. 4 seconds left and taken away. And that's how the first period will end tonight. All right, so a pretty good opening 20 minutes of tonight's game as we now go to our first intermission, but it's a 1-1 score after the opening 20 minutes of play tonight. Kendall Grayson with you as always as we're live on YouTube, Facebook, and WTOB this evening. And we're hoping that you're enjoying tonight's broadcast here in this tie game again at 1. So that'll do it for the Pine Tree Tavern first period. And that'll lead us into our break. Again, the score is 1-1 between these two teams. So we'll step aside. We'll go to our intermission programming here on all sides of the broadcast. And then we'll come back to give you a call of the Flow's second period. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. LaBelle scores for the Thunderbirds to make it 1-0. The Black Bears answer back with a goal from Mac Jansen. It's 1-1 after the first period.
Flow Cadillac is a proud sponsor of the Thunderbirds. Visit 1400 South Stratford Road for a free test drive. Or go online to flowcadillac.com to schedule a sales or service appointment.
When you compete at your best, you need a team that keeps you moving. At Yadkin Physical Therapy, we're proud to be the official physical therapy provider of the Twin City Thunderbirds. From the first evaluation to hands-on treatment, we focus on what matters, reducing pain, restoring mobility, and building confidence. Because performance isn't just about recovering, it's about training smarter, strength, stability, balance, and control. Our therapists tailor every plan to each individual so you can return to the ice, the gym, or the job feeling stronger. The same level of care we provide the Thunderbirds is here for our whole community. Students, weekend warriors, and families helping you stay healthy and perform at your best. Yadkin Physical Therapy in Yadkinville. Call 336-677-1800 or email ypt@yadkinphysicaltherapy.com.
It's been an interesting revolving door of guests this year, and obviously you played for a couple of games so far this year.
Mm-hmm.
But we go way back, obviously, to the COVID season.
Oh, yeah.
So just like Whitey, you came, you left, and you came back.
Yeah, it's one of those places. I don't know. You feel like you want to get away from it, and then you feel like you got to come back to it. But yeah, that first year where we got to meet everybody else on the team with the circumstances, it was a wild ride. We were traveling quite a bit.
Well, it was interesting because we got you from Watertown.
Yep.
So
and Kinger.
Yeah.
And Fred Hine too.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about how you got here and like what that process is and like what led up to that.
Yeah. So COVID hit and that ended my first full season in Macon around St. Patrick's Day. And so went back to Wisconsin, actually, near where I went to school, to kind of fight out or go get through COVID and figure it out. And while I was there, actually Fayetteville reached out to me and signed me for the upcoming year. And this would have been in September. And they weren't sure, the teams in the SP weren't sure who was playing, who was opting out. And so I figured Fayetteville being in like the South, I'm like, all right, well, they're probably pretty like fairly loose on their restrictions. And so I'm expecting to play. So I was like full training and getting ready and everything. And then it was like late October, maybe November, I got a call from Corey Melkert, who was the coach there at the time. and he said that they were opting out. And so it was too late at that point to sign with any other SB team. Like Macon had a team, but they brought a ton of East Coast League guys in, and the league went from 10 teams to 5. So it was basically like a funnel of just really good hockey players, and that just pushed a lot of guys out the back. And so I ended up going to Watertown because I played college with Kinger, and he was in Watertown. And so Clarkie called me and told me to come out, and that they were going to skate for a few weeks and then figure out who was playing in the league and then play games. And so I went to Watertown for like a month and a half and didn't play any games, didn't make any money. And so we weren't really sure what was going to happen. And then it was getting close to actually around this time. It was like Super Bowl time. And they brought everybody back there, and we practiced a little bit more, and we're going to play Elmira. And then the COVID year, Watertown opted out kind of in a sneaky fashion.
I was going to ask what happened with that, because I heard a couple
there's definitely rumors. There was a lot of rumors about that. I can tell you this from personal experience. There was a little bit of an altercation when Elmira came to Watertown to play a game. And so we actually took warm-ups, and I was pretty excited because I was going to be playing like some competitive hockey again and different team. And we went out for warm-ups, and Elmira did not. And so the refs like came in, and the league, I guess, reached out, and they said that Watertown was going to opt out, was their way of saying that they weren't going to play. And so it was Super Bowl time. So we all got together, all the guys from Watertown, because we weren't playing anymore. So guys were trying to find different teams and stuff. And a bunch of guys got COVID from being around each other for the Super Bowl. So I had to wait in quarantine for 4 or 5 days and felt terrible before I came down here. But Andre reached out to me along with a couple other guys that were with us in Watertown. And so, yeah, we quarantined, got feeling a little bit better. And then I drove down here, and that's when we started.
So the altercation was just the fact that they didn't show up on warmups?
Well, Elmira showed up, and if you've ever been to the arena in Watertown, there's like
that back door.
In the back door, yes, and it shares a hallway. And if you're the visiting team, you walk down that hallway. There's a door to the Watertown locker room that's right there at the hallway, but you just go down and you make a right. And there's a lot of speculation as to what happened in that hallway before the game.
Coach, we just talked about the opening game there on the weekend on the road against Blue Ridge, and just a very memorable game, I think, for a lot of reasons. Coming home on Saturday night, no goals in the first period. Blue Ridge gets out to a 2-0 lead, and then the third period, obviously, that's where the story was Saturday night, third period in the overtime, and you get some goals and a lot of action in a lot of different ways on that third period, in the third period. So, Coach, just take us back to kind of the opening of the game, scoreless through the first period, and you eventually fall behind and get it going there in the right direction, in the third.
Well, I think just, obviously I hope everybody liked the red jerseys.
Yep.
Something different, a little different. I hope everyone liked the red jerseys. And, it was weird for me. Like all of a sudden, I do everything normally the same way all the time and at different same times and things like that. So it was like it was a little weird being at the rink so early and getting ready for a game. But I kind of liked it after I was home before the storm hit. So it was good that way. But no, the first period was the kind of the way I thought it was going to be. And as I said, I didn't mind it. I liked, obviously we could have, you'd like to score and get the ball rolling there, but I liked it. I didn't mind the first period, and when again, we talk about it many times about playing that team there. I think everyone's kind of feeling out each other. I think both goalies played well, and as I said, there was an opportunity for us to get a couple goals, but we didn't. And as I said, going into the first period, I was happy.
Yep. So they get a couple there in the second period. They get 3 goals on the night. 2 of them are on the power play, and the first one was in the second period. They get an even strength goal. In the final minute of the second period, looked like you're going to head to the locker room there 1-0. So, what'd you see there on those 2 scoring plays that put you down at that point?
Well, we made a bad play on the one on the first goal there, the power play goal, and we've as a group we've got to be stronger. We can't give up those type of goals, and we talk about it all the time. This is the time of year. All our games we've played 32 now, 32 games, and or 31 games, and I think we've played 31 playoff games. I don't know if there's been ever a game we've talked at length about it that we've played 31 games so far. That every game has been like close, and so. We got to eliminate those situations and those type of plays where, as I said, we've got to eliminate those. And as I said, but the best thing about the weekend is that we bounced back from it. So, and then they scored again, made it 2-0. And I said at the end of the second period, when you're in that situation, you just got to go for broke, and you got to put the cards on the table, and you got to walk out of the room and being able to hold your head high and say, I gave everything I had, and I know it wasn't enough, but if you don't give everything you have, it should be a long night before you go to sleep. And as I said, the guys responded really well and came back, and I was proud.
So then, again, the third period, that's, huge talking point for so many different reasons we could talk about it. But you get the first goal there with Whitey, and I think that really got the ball rolling in the right direction. And you didn't have to sit around and wait and go, oh, gosh, we're down by it. It was pretty quick. It's pretty quick. 2-1 game there with Ford and Connor Craig assisting. Again, 2-1 game there. What's the game plan at that point?
Well, you need one. Like everybody wants. You're down by 2 or whatever. We need 2 goals. No, you don't need 2 goals because you can't get 2 until you get 1. Get 1, and then we'll figure it out. And a lot of times when you get 1 goal, the other team all of a sudden, starts to get a little tighter. They make a pass that they shouldn't make. So that's your goal is to try to put them on their heels a little bit. And Whitey put that one in there, and I think that kind of put them on their heels just a little bit, and we took advantage of it. And so, as I said, that's what when you're trying to do those things, get one, and then hopefully you can get the second one.
So it's 2-1 at that point, and we saw a fight with Caleb Melanson. He was new to the lineup on the weekend there. I know that he dressed on Friday night, but I don't think he took a shift. And I think he had taken one earlier on the Saturday night game, but comes out, and it's a big fight there with him and Erickson. I don't think Erickson wanted much part of it, and because of that, it was a 5-minute penalty and major power play and everything like that. So what'd you think about that sequence? And then, they get the major, and then they end up scoring 1, but,
Well, we talk about that quite a bit here. There's a time and place to do it. And we have a type of team. I think we're pretty team tough. We're not overly tough, but in those situations, Mikey, he got hit there, and probably wasn't. I guess the best way was it. The guy kind of took a liberty on him, and Caleb came in this weekend, and the last time we played this team here, they tried to take some liberties with us, and we replied. And everybody, it's kind of funny. I don't get on a lot of different social or whatever, or people tell me all these different things, and it's kind of ironic that the weekend before that, all these things that were happening on the other foot, it was okay, and then all of a sudden, whenever we respond, then it's not okay. And we responded. And that's the best thing about a team is when a guy wants to respond for a teammate, and he responded. And I give him a lot of credit. It's to come in and do what he does. I give the kid a lot of credit. That's not always an easy thing. He sat for a long time, and I got him out there. It was tough to get him out on Friday night, but Saturday I got him out, and as I said, I think he gave us that spark, and I think the crowd kind of enjoyed it too. And then here's the other thing. Yeah. It's a situation where I think that it's time to stand. When it's time to stand up, then you stand up, and we stood up. And as I said, the one issue I think a lot of people around in other cities and things like that is when we do stand up, it's like, well, what are they standing up for? Well, we're standing up for ourselves. And so it's just, we're not that type of team all the time. But when we do stand up, it's all of a sudden, well, wow, that's pretty good. Last year, Athens tried to come in here and they tried to stand up, and Joe Kennedy beat the guy. And so it just always sounds like, well, geez, what's Joe doing? Or what's, Caleb doing the other night? Well, we're standing up for ourselves, and so it's just a little out of our character all the time. But when we have to do it, we'll do it. And as I said, I'm proud of him. And as I said, it kind of gave us a little bit, as I said, the Whitey goal, and then that we had a 5-minute power play. They scored on the power play. But as I said, I think the guys were excited about it.
Yeah. I liked it. I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah. I was pretty fired up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I said, and that's what teams do, and you stand up for other guys. And as I said, like that, here's Mikey, he's not that big of a guy, but you don't have to rub his head into the boards like it happened. And that's the one thing about pro hockey or even junior hockey is it polices itself. And in those situations when those guys with the striped shirts don't maybe police it as well as you would like, then it's our job to police it. And it's been like that since hockey started. You police itself, and as I said, we policed it the other night, and as I said, I liked it.
Yeah, I don't think you could script any better that he sort of traded off with Mania going right. Mikey's coming back out, he's got to go off, and that was just a perfect kind of poetic thing. I thought that happened.
It was like the movie Twins when the one guy's so big and the other guy's so small there. So it was like that's what we should start calling them, twins.
So that was a go. And then I mentioned the 5-minute major, and again like credit to your group. That's a moment where maybe the game starts to turn if they get 2 or 3 on that major. But you had a lot of it killed off. I think they score with maybe a minute and a half left on the penalty, and then not much time to score after that. Yeah. So I thought that was a good job of your penalty killers. It says here that you give up a power play goal, but when you talk about it situationally, like that was a big moment.
No, they did a great job. Yeah. We tried to rotate a lot of guys quickly, but no, I thought we did a great job. And as I said, I think it actually even gave us momentum too. The goal was, after 5 minutes, they had some chances, but for the most part, there wasn't a whole lot of chances. Right. So I think that kind of gave us some momentum. And when you kill a penalty like that, sometimes it's or get close to it, it's a lot of times it's a boost for you.
And so then we go into the final 4 minutes of the game here. You're down by 2. Kramer gets the first of what would end up being 2 on the night from Ford and Igor. I see Igor's name here, and that's a player that we haven't talked a ton about, but he's been pretty new here in the last couple of weeks. And what have you seen from him so far?
Well, he's the kind of guy that I think, coming from different systems and coming from I think he's one of those types of guys. I'm trying to get him to relax.
And welcome back live for period number 2. It's the Flow second period here on the broadcast. Kendall Grayson with you on YouTube, Facebook, and WTOB Radio. Twin City Thunderbirds hockey We have a 1-1 tie after one. Thunderbirds now moving right to left here in the middle period in the white sweaters. Here we go. And the opening face-off of period number 2 is won by Binghamton. So we're back. The Black Bears will move it across the rink. They'll chip it quickly onside. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can find it the near side with the goal scorer from back in the first period, Josh LaBelle. Goes away from him, though. And controlled by Stone, high inside the line. Long shot, in on Babick. He saw it, made the save, and it drops down to the far side of the building. Played by Craig. Connor Craig up to Chris Mott. Mott with room to work just over the red line. Then it's taken aside here by Jan Salak. Ford's open, turns, looks to shoot, holding on to it, fires one. Save made by Friedlander. And down he goes. Jansen on goal from Jansen, shoots, save made by Babick, and it goes over the line. Babick's run into, they crash the net, and we'll see if they count this one. It was a quick play up to Jansen early on here in this period, and Babick is certainly arguing his case. The officials will discuss this. And Babick made an initial save. I think he had it stopped, and then the momentum of Jansen after he bumped him put Babick and his leg and the puck over the line. And we wait and see. It's a goal, and it's 2-1. That was extremely quick. I'm not sure they had the replay working for it to be that quick, but it's a 2-1 lead here for Binghamton as the Thunderbirds surrender a goal here in the opening minute, period number 2. And they'll hold the face-off that followed, and now we are back. So the Thunderbirds down by a goal. Roman Kramer looking for it here along the near side, but it's dropped onside by Binghamton. Announce the goal to Jansen. It's his second of the night. Onside a chance here. Zach White gets back to it. White took it away, looks for an option up the rink, goes way across, and he finds Kramer. Kramer finds Cunningham and had it taken aside. So it's out and played by the Black Bears. Back onside quickly. Yates loads up, doesn't fire, and sends the pass across the rink. Good check there from Chris Mott. Matt Garcia, rather, he got clipped up high and a penalty call. So Matthew Garcia was clipped with a high stick, and this is going to put the Thunderbirds on the power play for the first time tonight.
If injuries are keeping you from playing, please call the UHS Sports Medicine Hotline at 75-SPORT.
And this will be Nicholas Swain. So Swain will get 2 minutes beside his number 24. And we'll see if the Thunderbirds can tie the game up here on the power play early on in the second period. Ford will battle for it. Offense's own face on the power play is one. Here we go. Goes skipping away from Mott. Near side. Butita looking for it. Jan Salak finds it. Across he goes. Connor Craig. One more pass to Ford. Shoots one, and he got a tip in front of the goal from Butita, but it went up and out of play. So 1:45 left on the penalty. And 18:15 left to go here in the period.
Well, Chandler got us some pizza with the dirt cheese home slice advantage. Let's see who's going to get some.
Nicholas Swain, 1:30, the time of the penalty, high sticking. 2-minute call. Twin City wins the face-off, and here we go. Josh Ford waiting, sips it in front of the net, looking to make a play, and it just went away from Chris Mott. Out to the neutral zone. Found and played again by Jan Salak. Then it was Connor Craig, and then it's Gus Ford. Here's Ford building some speed, steps over the line, holding on to it, turns, and taking aside, move down the ice, and a save made long range by Boris Babick. So Thunderbirds go back to find it here on the power play. It's their first of the game. Down 2-1, and chopped ahead by Emerson Emery. Put back behind the net. Babick played to Cunningham. Cunningham goes to find Craig. Looks up and slides it across to collect a play to Chris Mott. Onside of the power play. This one goes bouncing away from Cunningham. And the line is held by LaBelle from the backhand. In front of Chance here. They zip it around, and they try to get a play over to Roman Kramer. Well, they couldn't make that happen. 2-on-2 the other way. Long shot, save made by Babick. So a good shorthanded save made there with 34 left to go on this power play. Kramer's onside with it. Down behind the line, all the way around the zone. Cunningham will find a play over to Zach White. Loads up, goes in front to Kramer, and his one-timer went wide of the goal. He got it again. Here's Cunningham. Turns, tried to find White, and he did, but he was hopping on him. He had to settle it down. LaBelle off the backhand. Kramer across. White, it's blocked. Bouncing around, fouled by Kramer. 7 seconds left to go in the man advantage, and taken away in the far side corner and cleared by Binghamton, and they'll kill it off. And so we play even string hockey 5-on-5 again here in the Flow's second period. It's LaBelle out towards center as he fires ahead quickly. Now a play up to Matthew Garcia. Comes charging up the wing. Off the backhand. Shut down. Rebounds there. They're looking for it. And save made a couple of times by Friedlander. And so Wyatt Friedlander in his third appearance with the team this year. Pleasantries being exchanged after the whistle. Back behind the goal line. Good play up the wing there from Matthew Garcia, looking to score for the third time this year in search of career goal number 7. And he had a couple of chances there. His initial surge and then the second whack at it after it was sitting there free for the taking. So they give him 2 shots on goal, and then they don't drop the puck. Fooled everyone in the building, I think, on that one. So here we go again. Offensive zone face-off to the Thunderbirds, and away it goes, and now we're back. Good check there from Ford, possessed, though, by Jesse Anderson, and he shoots up the ring to give away. Found by the Thunderbirds. Long shot just wide of the goal there from Chris Mott. Out towards center. Late onside from the Black Bears. Chance near side. They didn't get the pass to go, and so it goes back behind the goal. Twin City looking to take it away. Still with Binghamton for now, though. 15:43 left to go in the Flow's second period. Thunderbirds behind enemy lines both games this weekend. In fact, the next 7 will be played on the road, and we have a penalty called here on a play on the far side of the building, and they're going to get a hold to Matthew Garcia.
Attention fans, looking sharp as a power play. Studio 11 barbershop located in
Now Garcia with 29 minutes of penalties entering tonight's game and 55 in his career. And so they will penalize him. And that'll give the Black Bears another power play. It'll be their second of the night. .35 left to go now in the second period. A power play goal back in the first period for Binghamton. And we'll see if the Thunderbirds can get this one killed off in the Bobo's Deli & Grill penalty kill. And they started with a clear down the ice.
Thunderbirds penalty. Number 7, Matthew Garcia.
Announce it here.
2 minutes for holding. Time of the penalty, 4:25. That's Garcia, 2 minutes for holding at 4:25.
And so there's the hold announcement here on the Bobo's Deli & Grill penalty kill. Inside the line, Binghamton sets onside of the power play. They look to work it from the near side circle. Back across the zone. Shot goes well wide of the net. Hanley racing over, looking to take it away. Back behind the line. And back and forth they go. Hanley, LaBelle, Keeley, and White on the ice, the 4 penalty killers. Into the far side corner. Back up high they go with it. No shot yet. And they'll zip one wide of the net here, looking for a play over to C.J. Stubbs, and they find him. Here's Stubbs. Gives the pass. Across. No drive from there. Hanley has a little bit of room here. Gets to it. The clear's not out, only to the line. Stubbs again in the slot. Good back check there by White to take it away, and then cleared down the ice. Down it goes. 54 seconds left to go in this penalty kill for the Thunderbirds. They are down by a goal. Twin City's penalty kill at 70.2%. They're the only team in the FPHL without a shorthanded goal so far this season. Onside a chance. In front they'll go, and it's into Babick's glove. And that'll take us to a media timeout. So it's the first media timeout of the period. And we'll step aside and be right back with more Twin City Thunderbirds hockey.
Finish strong. Start here. Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist.
When you're craving that slow smoke flavor done right here in Winston-Salem, there's only one place to go, Honky Tonk Smokehouse. From tendered pulled pork and fall-off-the-bone ribs to fresh house-made sides, Honky Tonk has it all. Not a meat lover? They've got delicious vegan options too. And when it's time to party, let Honky Tonk Smokehouse handle the catering and event planning. They'll bring the flavor to you. Stop by 145 Jonestown Road and taste why the locals here can't get enough. Honky Tonk Smokehouse.
She thinks my track is sexy.
14-11 left to go in the flow second period. Thunderbirds on the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill. Shots are 17-14, favoring Binghamton. And the Black Bears ahead by 1 at 2-1 from the face-off. They'll hold on to it here. Controlled by Daniel Stone. And he'll move it up top on the power play. Back to him again. Stone, near side. They'll throw it in front, bouncing around loose, and the Thunderbirds win the battle and they get it clear. And so now just 17 seconds left on the penalty to Matthew Garcia. Onside, chance here from Stone. In front he goes, and on Babick he has this one. And I think they'll call a penalty. It's a hook, and the Thunderbirds will go back to the box. And so they will get defenseman Connor Craig, 2 minutes in the box for him. Craig entering tonight's game with just 2 minutes against him this season. This will be his second minor penalty and the 25th and 26th penalty minutes of his career. 4 seconds left on the original penalty. 13:38 left to go here in the period. And from the face-off down behind the line, Thunderbirds will get the clear, and out of the box is Matthew Garcia. So now it's back to a conventional 5-on-4. Still power play time for Binghamton, taken aside here by the Thunderbirds. They try to move it out with Hanley. Stubbs, open, shoots one, trying to pick the angle, and there was some space to shoot. It goes wide, far side corner. Inside the line now. Binghamton working with 13:13 to play in the period. In front they go, and good detection there on the pass. Good pass breakup from Zach White, looking to play it out to Nate Keeley. As Binghamton had C.J. Stubbs wide open to the near side of the power play. 7 minutes gone by in the period. Back onside again. It's Stubbs. Goes in front. They'll bump it up high. DeRazio had his pass blocked, and this goes into the Binghamton bench. And so we got 69 seconds now left on this penalty to Connor Craig. Black Bears with a power play goal back in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. Mac Jansen. Jansen scored 44 seconds into this second period, even strength. And now 3 of the 4 penalties in tonight's game have been called against the Thunderbirds. Twin City looking forward here with Gus Ford in the face-off top. They'll get to it with LaBelle. And LaBelle will just carry it himself. He moves it ahead. And Wyatt Friedlander, the goaltender this evening, made a play on it. So they'll move it through the neutral zone. 51 seconds left on the kill. Onside a chance. And good pass save made by Babick. There's room to move it out. And out he goes from Igor Ramanur. Now 40 seconds left on the penalty, and that's all we have left to go now in the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill. Through center, Black Bears missed the pass, and it's called for an icing. And so Twin City will have a offensive zone face-off here. Black Bears will be in the defensive zone. And we'll see if the Thunderbirds can score shorthanded for the first time this season. What a time to do it. That would tie us up here at 2. Nate Keeley to the dot. And the linesman wants a new puck here. So he went straight over to the scores table area where the penalty boxes are, and he exchanged the puck. And they just flipped it over the glass. And a lucky fan will go home with that tonight. So we're back. Thunderbirds look to steal here behind the goal line as they work shorthanded. 25 seconds left on the Bobos penalty kill. They'll give it away here, and room for Binghamton to break it out on the power play. Out towards center as they skated ahead with Scott Ramekers. Slams on the brakes, a snow shower there. And then a giveaway, maybe. Thunderbirds nearly had a 2-on-1 the other way as Daniel Stone almost was unable to hold the line. Time winding down. White gets to it, flips it out towards center, and out of the box is Connor Craig. We play 5-on-5 as his number 5 comes off the board on the penalty side. Twin City steps onside here as we're back to 5-on-5 again. Down behind the goal line. They'll fight for possession in the attacking territory. And a quick shot there from Mott. Save made by Friedlander up and out, and so that'll bring us to a stoppage. We will check in on the out-of-town scoreboard report here in the FPHL. Busy night of hockey. No score between PD and Athens. Blue Ridge and Danbury. They are tied at 2. Port Huron and Watertown 1-1. Columbus leading Biloxi 2-1. In the other games tonight, no score to report. That's Indiana and Topeka and Baton Rouge and Monroe. Scoreless right now, 0-0. We're back here. Thunderbirds down by a goal on the road at 2-1. As they look for it and find it, Salak tried to move it along and tipped in front forward. One-timer just went wide of the goal. And out towards the neutral zone, found there from Binghamton. And on goal, Babick tried to melt it down. His second chance, he'll be able to stop the play. We have 10:42 now left to go in the Flow second period. It was Josh LaBelle to get the scoring going back in the first period from Zach White. 10:09 the time of the scoring play. Binghamton got one on the power play from Mac Jansen, and here in the second period, also a goal from Mac Jansen. And so that brings us to our current score at 2-1. Shots are 21-14 for the Black Bears. From the face-off, far side, fouled by Butita. Demke looking for it. He'll maybe find it here as he had pressure back behind him. He had a one-on-one with Chichu Lathan. Out towards center, fouled by Ramano. He goes off the backhand, moves it ahead, and this one goes by Butita. Back behind the net of Friedlander. He looks on. Good check applied there from Keeley. Thunderbirds look to steal it away. But room to work for the Black Bears. 10 minutes, 10 seconds to play in the second period. Broken stick there from Keeley. Thunderbirds find it with Butita. John Butita carries it himself, allows Keeley to make a change with White. Here's Butita shooting, rebounds there, and taken aside by Binghamton. Good shot, though, from John Butita. Good work to carry it. And then a penalty called here. Thunderbirds are going to the power play as White's taken down. Here comes Babick out of the net. In front, they go to Cunningham, and off the top of the glass. It's played back behind the goal now. Here's Kramer to one-timer. Save made by Friedlander. It's possessed by the Black Bears, and that brings us to a stoppage. 9 minutes, 36 seconds left to go in the Flow second period. Thunderbirds are down by a goal at 2-1. It's the media timeout. When we come back, Twin City will look to tie the game on the power play.
Looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate around Winston-Salem and the Triad? Meet Jennifer Sapp, your trusted local realtor. With nearly 30 years of deep experience, Jennifer specializes in everything from historic homes and remodels to investment properties, college town housing, and short sales. She's known for honesty, integrity, and making the process as stress-free as possible. Ready to make your move? Call 336-782-3148 or visit jensapprealty.com today.
Did you know that not changing your engine oil can result in engine failure? Regular oil changes can extend the life of your engine and reduce the risk of engine failure. Schedule your next oil change on the Flow Garage app. The more you know with Flow.
Offensive zone face-off on the way on the power play with 9:36 left to go in the Flow second period tonight.
For the Northeastern Striping Corporation, penalty kill.
Offensive zone face-off. We'll see if Ford can win it here. Down it goes. Thunderbirds look to hold on to it high in the zone of the power play, and they'll get to it. And it's taken aside and moved ahead down the rink by the Black Bears on the clear. Here comes Babick into the near side corner, back behind the goal, and was able to squeeze that pass away just in time as the net was empty. Thunderbirds look to jump on side of the power play. It's still controlled, though, by Binghamton. They'll move it down the rink. And once again, Thunderbirds go back to find it here. They'll have room to move it out. They'll jump on side of the power play. Here's Salak. Across they go. Picked off. And they couldn't clear it. And so we'll see if Salak can find it once again. And on the second attempt, they will move it down the rink. So down it goes. Thunderbirds go back behind the net to find it here in the defensive zone. They work with 8:39 left to go here on the period. 1 minute left to go on the power play. And a penalty called on a back check. And all of a sudden we have penalties raining in from everywhere. And it'll be another one against Binghamton. So that penalty on Emerson Emery is going to put the Thunderbirds on a 5-on-3. So 57 seconds left on the original penalty. And this is a big moment here in this game. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can find a goal, perhaps two. They'll have this 5-on-3 opportunity. Yates at 10:24 for holding. Emery for slashing at 11:28. And down he goes, and the Thunderbirds win possession here on the two-man advantage. LaBelle takes a look, zips it down low the near side. They go back across. They'll try it again here with White. White turns, looking to go up top. He'll find LaBelle. Across they go, Ford down low, and they couldn't get that play to work out. They'll try it again. Up high, here's LaBelle. LaBelle's got room, keeps it for now. Then a good saucer pass to find Ford. Back to White. Zach White looks, shoots, scores! Tie game! It's 2-2. Zach White scoring for the 19th time this season. And the Thunderbirds have a minute and a half left to go on a 5-on-4. Nice shot. Lots of traffic in front of the goaltender, Wyatt Friedlander. And White just picked his spot, fired, and in it went. Tie game. 8 minutes left to go in period 2 as there's a check from behind applied to Chris Mott. Now it's Connor Craig to play it. 1:19 left to go in this power play. 5-on-4. There's Craig. Got knocked down. They steal it away. Chance in front. It's back behind the net. And the Thunderbirds thought there should have been another penalty called there. Held onside for now by Binghamton. Twin City's got room to work, and it's Gus Ford. Here's Ford. Looks to step over the line with it. He does. Knocked away, but Mott gets it. Leaves it for Craig. Option in front, and he zips it wide of the goal. Comes all the way out to center. 42 seconds left to go on the power play. Here's the captain, John Butita. Back behind the goal, circling around. High in the zone to Chris Mott. Across the goal. One-timer LaBelle, and it's blocked and settled down to the near side again. Chopped at by Butita, way around the zone, and we'll see if LaBelle can get to it. He can. LaBelle, he's got it. 21 left to go in the power play. Tie game for now, 2-2. They go up high with a pass to find Josh LaBelle. Takes a peek. Zips it to Ford. Ford in front they go, looking for the one-timer. It was picked off, though, and here come the Black Bears shorthanded. Bondarenko zips it back. One-timer shut down by Boris Babick. Nicely done, and the Thunderbirds will have some speed in from center. It's Roman Kramer looking to cut around the defender. Back behind the net. He'll center in front. No one there, and down it goes, and that's it for the power play. We play even strength again. 5-on-5, and the Thunderbirds will tie the game with a 5-on-3 power play goal from Zach White. White with an assist on LaBelle's scoring play in the first period. And he puts his name on the score sheet again here in this period. They'll try it again. They score! Roman Kramer! 3-2 off a rush down the ice. And once more, Zach White will be involved on the goal. Roman Kramer. He had 2 back on Saturday. He will score again. That was the 18th shot of the game for the Thunderbirds, and they lead it once more. Good puck movement there. White had it towards the top of the near side circle, went across opposite to the top of the far side circle. Roman Kramer stepped up, and from about the face-off dot, that's where he let his shot go, and in it went on Wyatt Friedlander. Offside here as they'll shoot one in on Babbitt. Thunderbirds won't like that as that was from Swain. And they'll announce it as tells the scoring play. And now a penalty called against Kyle Steffen. And he was told to settle down there. And they kept it going after the whistle. And so the Thunderbirds appear to be headed to another power play here.
It's time for the Northeastern Striping Corporation penalty kill.
Well, they haven't put the penalty on the board yet unless they call this a 5 or something that's not going to show. There it goes. All right, 2-minute power play. And so what an opportunity now. This team is leading once again by a goal. They had a 1-0 lead back in the first period. Fell behind 2-1 here in this period. And after back-to-back goals from Zach White and Roman Kramer, now an opportunity to increase the lead to 2. 5:58 left in the Flow second period. Offense's zone face-off here. And back behind the goal it goes.
2 minutes for slashing.
And now it's a slashing penalty to Steffen. Lifted down the rink. And on the clear, it's found here by Roman Kramer back in the defensive zone of the power play. They'll start again. LaBelle back to Kramer. Back to LaBelle. Those 2 players have scored tonight. Here's White looking for another one. Pushes it right in on goal. And a save made by Friedlander. As Zach White was looking to use his legs, and he did. And just barely caught up to that one. Poked it towards the net. And Friedlander with a save. Shots are favoring the Black Bears now at 22-19. Offensive zone face off to the far side circle. Thunderbirds with the lead by a goal at 3-2. Far side of the building. LaBelle will chop it ahead. Here we go. Down low, they'll try to get a play going as Kramer is open to the near side and missed the puck, but LaBelle will catch up to it. Throws it in front. Save made there from Friedlander. It's in the corner. They'll battle for it from there. Here's Cunningham. Faked his shot, and they bump it out, but it's picked off and moved down the rink with 67 left to go on the power play. It's Binghamton with it. They're on the kill, and they're onside behind the net, circling around, spending some time, and then they move it back to find Anderson. Anderson will work it back down the rink, and onside a chance. They look to shoot. Babbitt with a save, and then it was rolling in front of the goal and cleared out by Chris Mott. Great job there. Onside of the power play, a chance here now as Ford takes it back behind the goal. Now Butita back to Ford. Ford's open. One-timer from Mott. Goes well wide of the goal. 4.5 to play in the period. 32 left to go in the power play. It's the Thunderbirds' second trip to this facility this season. We'll have one final road game here tomorrow night and twice here on the road against the league leaders. Each time, Twin City has led the game in the second period. Looking for a different result than what they came up with back in November. Here's Mott. Steps onside with 10 to go in the power play. High in the zone to Garcia. Slap shot. They were looking for a tip from Ford. Didn't get it though. Goes back behind the line. Found by the Black Bears, and they'll look to move it out here as they killed it off. Here they come. A chance in front, and that's detected well as Jan Salak will be able to move it down the rink. So we have 3:41 left to go now in the period. Shots are 23-20. Chance onside for Binghamton. They'll circle around. No shot from the far side could be provided as there was good pressure to the outside there from the Thunderbirds, and they'll steal it away to Kramer. Kramer run into as he was trying to make a deep to get out to center. Binghamton building some speed now. They look to get onside with Swain. Back it goes. Twin City briefly had it with Keeley. And the Black Bears with a chance. Top of the far side circle from Yates. He'll curl and send it down the wall. And he slips. That was his teammate going down, Dan Weaver. And we'll see if the Thunderbirds can take it aside. Good tie up there from Demke. Ramino will chip it towards the near side boards. Long shot. That's blocked. Never made to Babic. This one is in on him. He makes a save. Back behind the goal. Slides post to post looking on. Tries to see where it is. He's got it in his eyesight now. Found by Keeley and out towards Kramer just away from him. And Binghamton look to put it back onside. They give it away. Thunderbirds will at least be able to make some changes, maybe do more than that. Keeley carries it for himself. Goes down here in the corner with it. Stays on his skates. One-timer from Cunningham goes wide of the goal. And now Keeley will complete his shift. Thunderbirds look to hold on to it there with Hanley. Hanley went down. Crowd like that. And we'll see if Twin City can find it again. Right now, the green sweaters, they move left to right in the middle period. They have it. White looking to steal. See if he can find a play to Cunningham. Cunningham's to it. Back behind the goal. Good move. High in the zone it goes. Shot on the way. And it goes wide of Friedlander. I think he got a piece of it. Falls down to Troy Harwell. Harwell back behind the goal. Wrap chance on the doorstep. It's right there. Is Cunningham on the opportunity. Binghamton looks to clear. They give it away and the shot goes off the glass. Still in play here. Thunderbirds fighting for it in the attacking area. Big hit in the corner. That was on Mott from behind. In front they go, and this one goes skipping well wide of Mott. Back behind the line. Still onside here for the Thunderbirds. They look to center to Harwell, just out of his reach. And then Binghamton struggling to move it out. Eventually they will put it to center. Here's Hanley being held up. Thunderbirds screaming for a penalty. The benches are located below us here from the broadcast location, so not my favorite vantage point from that aspect, but you can still see the backs of the players and head coach Steve Harrison. They had their hands in the air. They were yelling for one there. 65 seconds to play in the middle period tonight. Thunderbirds lead by a goal at 3-2. Butita finds it from center. Here we go. A rush up the rink. Zipped it along to Ford, crashing in front, tried to bury the shot off the backhand. He was held up, couldn't shoot it. Gets back to it though. They go across the zone. Long shot and on goal. It's blocked. Found by Butita and then Salak. Salak down behind the goal line. Working here. The pass up top to LaBelle. 41 seconds to play in the period. They'll use an empty corner, looking to find some space. In front they go. Tipped and a save made by Friedlander. Looks like he melted it down. Well, they call for the media timeout. 33 seconds left here in the period, and we'll see if they take it. As the goaltenders are staying put, no one's moving yet. Now they turn the light on, and so we are in our final media timeout. But it's late, so we'll stay here with you with just 33 seconds left. We will have our intermission break on the way to begin the second intermission, as I think finally everyone realizes we're in a media timeout. Very unusual to have one with just 33 seconds left to go in the period. But we've seen a lot happen here in the last few moments. The Thunderbirds fell behind in this period and then able to claw their way back into the game, and much more than that, take the lead. So it was Mac Jansen scoring 44 seconds into the second period to make it a 2-1 lead for the Black Bears. Thunderbirds strike back, though, with a 5-on-3 power play goal from Zach White, assisted by Gus Ford, assisted by Josh LaBelle. 13:54, a goal from Roman Kramer, assisted by Zach White and Josh LaBelle. So here, not even through 40 minutes, we still have 33 seconds left. Josh LaBelle is all over the score sheet. He has 3 points. Zach White has 3 points. And it's a 1-goal lead here at 3-2. All right, offensive zone face-off following this media timeout right before the end of the period. And Nate Keeley will take this one. We're playing even strength hockey at 5-on-5. Here we go. And Twin City wins it. Long shot is blocked, and the Black Bears will find it. They collect the puck, and they charge up through center. Far side of the building. They'll hold on to it here. Long shot kicked out by Babic there, and chopped out of the zone by Keeley. That's a key clear from a pad save from Babic, and then a play from Keeley, recognizing that really all he needed to do there was just get out to the neutral zone. He put it down the rink. Binghamton back onside late. 3 seconds left in the period. Near side, shot him away, and a save made by Babick. Wouldn't have counted, though. And that'll take us to the break. All right, so we have played 40 minutes tonight, 2 periods in the books, and it is a 3-2 lead for the Thunderbirds. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in here on this Friday night. We really appreciate it. We're on YouTube, Facebook, and WTOB Radio back home in Winston-Salem this evening. Second intermission break on the way. The Thunderbirds have a 3-2 lead.
They call it the Madhouse. I can see why. A track where sparks fly under the lights, grudges grow, and Hall of Fame careers are born. This isn't just a race, it's a reckoning. Welcome back to Bowman Gray. Buckle up, because things are about to get mad.
I want to stop losing sleep over this. I want to know that surgery is the right decision. I want to protect what I've built. I want a plan designed just for me. I want to know that I'm in excellent hands. I want the latest and greatest. I want to continue to grow, no matter what life throws my way.
For the best surgical care, you want Novant. Novant Health. Best surgeons, amazing nurses, remarkable care.
But yeah, it is a small world.
Well, then you ended up in Iowa.
Yep.
And then Vermilion.
That year was such a whirlwind. It was 4 teams in 1 year. So like 4 different teams in 2 different leagues. So after Jacksonville, I got released, but my rights got traded in the SP from Quad City, who was in first place, to Vermilion County at the time, who was in last place. Mm-hmm. And so I had no other choice. And a friend of mine was the coach of Vermilion, Nick Nieder, at the time, who was also in Watertown the COVID year, speaking of. And so he brought me to Vermilion, and I was there for about 72 hours. And I did well and scored points and fought and everything. And so I ended up getting called back up to Iowa like that following Sunday of me going back. But Vermilion County was an interesting place.
Good old Danville.
I don't know if I want to get into it on here.
I've had way too many stories about Danville. I even talked about it on the episode I did with Andre.
Oh, okay.
Like, there was a time where we had to take a limo back.
Yeah.
The limo is insane. I've never
the limo.
We had 12 guys in a stretch limo to meet a bus in Ohio. To get back to the game to play the home and home against Danville.
Nice. Danville is a special place. Our apartment flooded for the 3 days that I was there. It was flooded.
Oh my god.
So we had fans like going under the carpet and all this stuff. But yeah, I'm glad that my time there was short-lived. And then Whitey and I got to play together in Iowa, which was really cool. And some friends from that team that I still talk to. And I liked it there. It was a brand new arena. It was a brand new team. So it was another expansion team. I feel like I've played for a lot of those over the course of my time, but no, it was cool. Iowa City. So University of Iowa is right there. There's lots to do. People hear Iowa and they're like, oh geez, it's cold weather, but Midwest guy. So I'm used to it.
So then when did you finally circle back here? Was that the first year, the championship against Danbury?
Yes. Yep. So that would have been Coach Rutledge's last year.
2022-23 season.
Yes. Yeah, that sounds right. Yep. That was my first full year back. I was signed to go back to Iowa, Whitey and I both, and was excited. Had the best year of training and summer I've ever had playing hockey. And then I found out like 2 weeks before training camp that I got traded to Maine. They traded me from Iowa to Maine. And the Maine coach called me, really nice guy. But he said that there was probably no chance I was making that team. So I basically just kind of got traded to nowhere. basically like being released. So that kind of sucked. I was upset at that, but that was Rutz's going into Rutz's second year.
Yeah.
And so he reached out to me and we figured out a way to make it work. And I obviously remembered my time here from COVID and meeting you guys and spending time with kind of the core group of guys here and enjoying it, having fun, enjoying the weather. And so I figured, I mean, if it was going to be my last hurrah, which it definitely was not,
this place, it never ends.
This never ends. And so I
always find a way to keep your foot in the door.
I found a way. Yeah, we found a way. But
well, speaking about that, then obviously you transitioned or started to make the transition into a different career path.
Yeah.
What has that been like? And
yeah,
like, because it's always tough for people that have played at our level for so long to like kind of change up that routine. So what's that been like for you?
Yeah, I mean, well, you nailed it with routine, right? Like that's what everything is about, right? Everybody's got a routine. Like everybody wakes up in the morning and they brush their teeth, they go to work, and like they have a set plan. Like our set plan for as long as we can remember is wake up and you go to the rink and you go practice. Maybe you stop for a coffee or you get breakfast or whatever the case may be. Everybody's different, but now with work and I mean, the routine is still.
Gwin Services has been serving North Carolina for over 50 years, ensuring the safety and comfort of our customers' homes. We take pride in bringing together the best electricians, plumbers, and heating and cooling technicians to bring convenience and unbeatable value to our customers. Life can be hectic. What better way to simplify than to have one company you trust to take care of all of your home's repair needs? Since 1972, integrity and customer satisfaction have been at the heart of everything we do. We are proud to have built a name our neighbors trust, one that provides peace of mind and a service that can be relied on, today, tomorrow, and for years to come. Thank you for trusting Gwin Services with your home. We are proud to stand behind the work we do every single day to serve our friends and neighbors here in North Carolina. We are Gwin Services. One call does it all.
All right, time to answer some fan questions. We've got a lot of them tonight, so we'll get through these as quick as we can. But certainly appreciate all the questions here. We do have a lot of them. First one, Corey. This one just says, "Why do you warm up on the ice the way that you do?"
Just to get my head in the right space. I want to warm up all my muscles. I want to get everything going. It's just a routine. It's something that I've worked on my whole life at. I take pride in pregame warm-up. I was told that probably when I was 12 years old that scouts came to the games, they'd watch your warm-ups, first period, second period. So I kind of live by, hey, get yourself ready in the warm-ups. I give almost like 95%. I'm out there buzzing. I'm sweating when I come off for warm-ups. I'm ready to go.
I'm going to have to watch warm-up.
Yeah.
I got to see this. This could be good. I always watch the other team, so I'm not sure, but I'm going to have to watch this now. I'm going to have to get the eagle eye out and watch this.
You never know.
I'm the same way. I typically focus more on the other team than I am our guys. This is a question we get pretty often here on the show. If you weren't playing hockey, what would you be doing?
Some sort of sport. Maybe a baseball player. I love baseball. Maybe a trade job too. A lot of my buddies are in the trades back home. Welding, electricians, big heavy jobs. They're making 6 figures a year though, like good money. But I don't know if I want to do that. There's always time for that, I can do this and then maybe do that in a few years. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
What got you into hockey?
My dad. Yeah, my dad wanted me to be a NHL player since I was a little boy. Yeah, I was on skates before I was in shoes, basically. Yeah.
Cool.
A typical Canadian family.
That's it.
Yeah.
A typical Canadian family.
That's it.
Dad played, right?
No, Dad was pretty low income.
Okay.
Road hockey.
Okay.
Yeah.
but still, you played the game, and once you're
fell in love with
could
it.
do it. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, fell in love with the game.
Good. Coach, this one's for you. Fan out there wants to know what happened to the bus last weekend.
I could go into a long story, but it didn't run. So that's and you know what? We always leave early, and I know sometimes we get to the game. Sometimes it's like, well, geez, we're here awful early, but it's just something. I'd rather get there a little early than late. And as I said, it just I think it's the alternator. That's what it was. It was the alternator. So. And I think anybody who knows car, and I'm not, trust me, I don't know anything. All I know is it kind of masked when we thought it was the battery, and it wasn't the battery, and then it was, next thing you know, it was the alternator. So I've learned more about buses than cars right now since I've been coaching. So if you want a bus question, just ask me later, but I hope I can help you.
Yeah. Well, no, that's a good point you bring up, because that's something that you do, deal with here, just the operations and the travel and all of that. So I know I get questions from fans all the time about, when are you leaving for a trip, and where are you staying and how long is it and this and that. But that's something that is very much in your world here.
Well, it's just like tomorrow we got we got practice, and then we got 3 tee times tomorrow. We're not sure what time we're leaving or who's driving or what bus we're taking. So we're just we're sitting on the first tee waiting to see what happens. So we'll find out hopefully in the morning.
Yeah, Corey, this one's for you. Have you ever had any dental work due to hockey?
Yeah, front tooth last year. Just halfway chipped down the side, just a high stick. But other than that, all good.
7, just 7.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. The follow-up question here is who on the team has had the most dental work done due to hockey?
I got a hunch the coach has.
Yeah, that's probably coach.
See, most of the guys now, up until probably junior, you have to wear a mask.
Yeah,
and then if you're a cage, and so they don't wear them. And I think I lost 2 of them when I was 12, and then my last year playing, I lost. I lost 7 at one time. So, but yeah. So no, it just the game has changed a little bit, and a lot of guys wear mouth guards now. And as I said, a lot of it has to do with concussions too. They help with concussions. So. You don't want the concussion, but again, if you can wear a mouth guard and keep the teeth going, you're in good shape.
Sort of a similar question here too. What's the league's rule when it comes to drawing blood on a penalty? I know there's some rules that are the same here as they are in the NHL and IIHF and such like that. So can you explain kind of the minor, the double minor, and how that works here?
Even if you accidentally high stick someone and you're going to get 2 minutes. But if you cut them, it's going to be 4 minutes, and that's what it should be. When you draw blood, I think you've seen probably on TV or even guys, they race up to the referee and they're going like this and they're squeezing their lip. Hopefully, it can bleed a little bit more. So, but the other day there, with Mikey there, I'm not sure. They gave us an explanation, and I'm not quite sure what it meant, but we didn't get the call, and a little upset about it, and probably that's one of the reasons that things ensued after that.
Okay, that's fair enough. And you speaking of things that ensue, I'll just throw this one out here. It says, does Blue Ridge need to change their name from the Bobcats to the Turtles? That's. I'll let everyone laugh at that, and whoever.
We'll just let that one go.
That's all good. It's on the sheets. I'm going to read it off here. I'll take credit for that one if I have to. This question says, Corey, who are you the closest on the team with?
Mr. Mania, Mikey.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah, Mikey's my boy. We do pretty much everything together. We're carpooling buddies, and even Farmer too. Tight knit group in the White House there. We get on the video games together. We go to the gym together. Everything together. It's pretty cool. But everybody and everybody next door, we all do stuff together. We did poker night last night. Kramer came over from other house. 6 of us guys in the other house.
Does Kramer's wife know that he was playing poker?
He won, so
okay.
I don't think she'd be mad.
Now I know why he was happy today.
Yeah.
He was in a pretty good mood today.
He
That's
was in
good.
a good mood.
Okay, now we know why. Similar question. Who do you play with on the team when you're out there? Who's your line mates typically been so far this season?
I've played with everybody. Whitey and Kramer for the most part, and
you started off with 40.
Yeah, played out with 40. And
And
Pesty.
Yeah, and Pesty.
Sally was never.
Sally was
That's when he was
healthy
hurt, yeah.
until the most recent. We
Right.
put him with Gus.
So he's bounced around a little bit and has done a good job.
Yeah, for sure. Not easy
It's fun to
do.
play with everybody.
Yeah, that's good.
Don't matter
this
to me.
Good question here. Says, who would get scared in a haunted house on the team?
Probably Mikey.
Mikey?
Or me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty jumpy.
Have you considered a rapping career like Farmer? This
No,
question wants to know.
absolutely
I haven't
not.
either. So
The last guy that's ever going to rap, I think.
Okay. Coach, this question says, will number 39 be back? What's the latest?
Well,
that you can tell us
he's not
about
going to be back right now. He's got 2-game suspension, but he's not back right now. But there's a good chance that the number 39 will reappear sometime during the season here. And as I said, I think he's looking forward to it. He's a great kid. When I say kid, he's probably 30 years old, but he's a great person. The guys loved him, and as I said, he just when you see a guy who comes in and all he wants to do is be part of the team, it's pretty cool. Last year we brought a guy in. I think it was actually near the end of the year there. We won a game, and he was in the dressing room. We thought we'd won the Stanley Cup. He was so excited, and it's great to see that. You know what I mean? Those are great things. And as I said, he just had a blast here. So as I said, good for him.
This next question wants to know about the defense, specifically, what's it looking like here over the next couple of weekends? And I know that we've had some movement on that side of the ice as well recently. So can you just tell us a little bit about that?
Well, Mr. Hanley's back. He got back, and we picked up Mr. Garcia from Athens yesterday, so he's in town right now. So Farmer's still on the shelf. He'll come back after we have the break there. So right now we have 7 guys, and as I said, I like them. And as I said, we just have to try to get guys together who can play together, and sometimes that's not always easy, as I said. So that's probably my biggest goal right now, is to try and get who can play with who and be the best pairing. And as I said, and then Farmer will come back and things will change again. So it'll be interesting down the stretch here of how I'm going to orchestrate that one.
Next question. This is, someone wants to know here about just kind of the appeal process, and is there anything you can do when anything happens out there, but specifically they want to know about the hit with Michael, and is there anything that you can kind of do about that?
You can appeal it. I send in the tape, and there's one player there who threw the stick at the.
Did you know that the Tire Pressure Management System, or TPMS, alerts you when tire pressure is too low and could create unsafe driving conditions? If this light is illuminated, it means your tires could be underinflated. Schedule your next tire service appointment in the Flow Garage app. The more you know, with Flow.
And welcome back live inside Visions Veterans Memorial Arena. Kendall Grayson with you for the call. The Thunderbirds with a 1-goal lead here on the road against the Binghamton Black Bears, the 2-time defending champions. And the FPHL leaders this season. They've won 30 of their first 34 games. And right now, Twin City with a 1-goal advantage. Shots on net favoring Binghamton at 26-24. They are working on a spot on the ice right below the video board. And so that'll give us just a few more moments before we will be ready to go for the third and final frame of regulation tonight. The Culver's third period. Josh LaBelle, Zach White, Roman Kramer all have the goals for the Thunderbirds tonight. Each team is ready to go. You will see Twin City attacking left to right in the white sweaters in this final frame of regulation time. No score between PD and Athens in the second period. Blue Ridge leading Danbury 3-2. Watertown is in a 1-1 game with Port Huron. Biloxi with a 3-2 lead on the road against Columbus. Indiana leading Topeka 1-0. And Monroe has a 1-0 lead over Baton Rouge. Here we go. Third period. Twin City in front by a goal at 3-2, and they win the opening faceoff. Back down low, behind the goal. They'll chase it down from there. Fouled by Josh LaBelle. So they'll move it across here. 5-on-5 we play to begin the third. Ford onside, moves it quickly to Chris Mott. Ford all the way around the boards, and held onside by LaBelle. They'll wait. Now it's Jan Salak. Salak's to it. Far side corner, run into. Stays on his skates, though, as they'll battle back and forth. Half a minute gone by in the third period. Twin City on the attack. Craig shooting one, tipped right in. Save made by Friedlander, goes to the near side. And Twin City searching for it with Salak and Mott. And it goes away from Ford, collected by the Black Bears. They'll move it over the red line. Onside now, looking to tie the game. Far side corner, found by LaBelle. And Josh LaBelle back behind the net to Gus Ford. Here's Ford holding on to it. 21 goals on the year, 183 in his career. They'll look to find it along the logo. Now he will complete his line change. So controlled by the Black Bears. They sit a pass Jesse Anderson quickly across, and then they'll dump it onside. Near side corner for Connor Craig. Now it's out of the reach of White. It's played offside, and that'll bring us to a stoppage with 18:39 left to go in our Culver's third period. Hungry fans, well, nothing beats a Culver's Butterburger. Fresh, never frozen beef, seared to perfection and served on a lightly buttered toasted bun. Stop by Culver's at 2973 Fairlawn Drive in Winston-Salem today. Culver's, welcome to delicious. Face off outside the defensive zone of Twin City. Play quickly there by Kramer, and then Cunningham had his stick slashed away from him. He threw his hands up, but didn't get the call. They'll center one here on Babic, makes two great saves, and a penalty called. And they'll call interference behind the goal. Matthew Garcia was tugging on his jersey, saying I was the one that was being held up there, but they are going to call Garcia interference after two great saves were made by Boris Babic to keep this a one-goal game. And so Twin City to the kill. And we'll see what they can do here on the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill early on in this Culver's third period. Down behind the goal line. Held onside, though, by the Black Bears. High in the zone from Yates. Yates to DeRazio. Gives the pass. They try to move it back to Yates. High in the air. Play by LaBelle. And out towards center. It's knocked ahead by White. Found by Keeley. Nate Keeley shooting one. Stick save made by Friedlander. And he'll keep the game moving along. They go across the rink. And with a quick play, back onside here on the power play. Thunderbirds still in the penalty kill with 1:25 left on the penalty to Garcia. Inside the line. And it's Gavin Yates. Gave it to Austin DeRazio again. Top of the far side circle, DeRazio. Now Yates. DeRazio, slap shot, save made high in the air, swatted out by LaBelle, out to center. And they'll get the clear. 17 and a half to play in the period. Picked off again, out to the logo. We'll see if Chris Mott can get to it just out of his reach. Played by DeRazio. Over halfway gone by on the kill. 53 seconds left. Quickly back on side for Binghamton. Yates shooting one, and Boris Babic denies him. Found by the Thunderbirds, and they'll clear. Troy Harwell got to it that time and zipped it down the rink. 40 seconds left on the penalty kill. Onside a chance again. Here's Yates. Went back behind him. Thunderbirds look to take it away with White. Tried to surprise Daniel Stone. And another penalty called here against Twin City. Racing off was the goaltender Friedlander. And now it'll be a 5-on-3.
Booster Club signed jersey winning raffle number 6867.
This time it's Chris Mott.
92.
21 seconds left on this 5-on-3. Left on the original penalty, now creates this 5-on-3. And the Black Bears win the face-off on the two-man advantage, looking to tie the hockey game. Near side, DeRazio. A stick handle. I'll drop it the far side post. In front, great stick there from the Thunderbirds and Keeley. Nate Keeley broke it up. It went out to the neutral zone. 3 seconds left on the penalty. Another shot down to the line by Keeley. And out of the box is Garcia. 5-on-4 we play. So now we have 1 minute, 29 seconds on this one-man advantage. Onside, a chance for Bondarenko. Ivan Bondarenko moved it across. Austin DeRazio gets it back to him. Bondarenko. There's a good stick by White, and he'll have to go off and change here. Able to force it down the rink, though. 70 seconds remaining on a Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill. Here's DeRazio. Dropped it back behind him. Binghamton steps onside here on the power play. Gavin Yates couldn't shoot it. Pressure to him from Cade Hanley. Hanley lost the stick. Looks to go back to get it. Binghamton moves around the zone. Near side circle across. Great intercept by LaBelle. He read that play perfectly, holding on to it. He chips it ahead slowly. 45 seconds left to go in the penalty kill. 15:27 left in the Culver's third period. Thunderbirds ahead by 1. Onside, another chance. Here's Nicholas Swain this time. Swain behind the goal line. They'll move it around. Half a minute to play on the power play. Near side, Yates loads up. Fires one. It's up and over Babbitt. And stays out. Garcia run in two. Stays on his skates. They battle for it. He goes down. Thunderbirds wanted a call. And we keep moving. 5-on-4 hockey. Still onside for Binghamton. Long shot. Glove save. Boris Babbitt. 9 seconds left to go on the penalty kill. Media timeout. We'll step aside. Thunderbirds still leading 3-2. Media timeout. We'll be right back.
I want to stop being sidelined by pain. I want to tell him I'm in. I want a surgeon who speaks more knees than he can count. I want the best care in the game. I want a team that's with me every step of the way. I want to bounce back fast. I want to show them my best is yet to come.
For the best orthopedic care, you want Novant. Novant Health. Best surgeons, amazing nurses, remarkable care.
What are you doing, bub?
Just fixing my chair.
You should call Contract Business Solutions.
Good idea. I'll give them a call.
Proudly serving the Piedmont Triad area for over 17 years, Contract Business Solutions partners with leading manufacturers to create innovative, budget-friendly workspaces. From design and layout to delivery and installation, explore our capabilities at cbsworkspaces.com.
$14:54 left to play in the Culver's third period. 9 seconds left on a power play for the Black Bears. Offensive zone face-off. Gus Ford will look to win it, and he does. Right to Hanley, who got knocked down in the corners. He cleared it, but he got his job done, moved it down the rink. And out of the box is Chris Mott. Thunderbirds kill it off. 5-on-5. Chancing on goal here, though. And in front of Babbitt, never made it out in front of him, actually. He hugged the far side post. They just fluttered one out towards him. And he was able to look back and hold on to it. So a couple of back-to-back successful Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kills there for the Thunderbirds. They went down 5-on-3 on the ice. They're up 3-2 on the scoreboard. But a call interference to Matthew Garcia, a tripping minor to Christopher Mott. And Twin City kills them both off. Zach White in the face-off dot this time. Wins it to Josh LaBelle. Those two are all over the point sheet tonight. Roman Kramer as well. He's had good games offensively. LaBelle's made some nice plays defensively also. Here's White. Got it out to Corey Cunningham. Cunningham looked to move it over the blue line, and then he did. Lost it. And it's back the other way. A shot from the neutral zone that's dealt with appropriately by Babbitt. He'll fall on it and gets a whistle. Corey Cunningham was a great guest on the Coach Harry show earlier this week. It was back on Wednesday. We had to move it one day due to the weather. And currently scheduled to go back to Earls on Tuesday. And hopefully we do not have to readjust the schedule again with weather that's bearing down on the area. Long shot, good save made again by Babbitt. That was right off the face-off, and it's another one for him. Roman Kramer is scheduled to be the guest, by the way, on the Coach Harry Show this week, Tuesday at Earls. Defensive zone face-off here for Zach White. After a couple of quick ones there from Binghamton. And this one moved away from White. Black Bears will hold the line. Near side, they look to drive it from the slot. Out in front of Babbitt. Look out here. It's underneath him, and he covers it. It's back behind the goal, though. Swept away from him. One-timer for the point, and the glove save made falling down by Babbitt. 13:45 left to go in the Culver's third period. What a save there. Twin City's done pretty well out in front of him. I mean just 3, 4, 5 feet out in front of him tonight, defending that slot area. There's been several plays they've broken up, and they had that one there. Eventually fall back behind the goal. Long shot, save made. It's down here. Look out. They'll tie it up on the far side, found by Ford, and Gus Ford brings it to safety back behind the goal. Give it away, and then right back for the good guys. Salak has it. Here we go. Chris Mott charges ahead. Looks to get around Latham. Up top, finds a pass to Salak. Now Gus Ford, but he lost the handle on it. And the Bears have it. They'll step over the line here. Top of the near side circle. Back down low. And we'll see if Salak can take it aside. Binghamton searching for it, far side post. And back behind the line again. This time it's collected by Matthew Garcia. Illinois native. And the Thunderbirds acquired him last week in a trade with Athens. First game, though, for the Thunderbirds tonight. Here's Yates off a turnover. Looks to center. Garcia got in the lane, and then a penalty taken by Ramanel behind the goal. 12:41 left to go in the Culver's third period, and Twin City has been penalized again. So this Black Bears power play will go back to work. Well, good job sliding down to the ice there from Garcia to take away the passing option, but then a penalty committed behind the net. And they put Yates as number 12 on the board. He's arguing it, but I think we may play 4-on-4 here. And they called a penalty to Yates. We will. All right, so we are playing even strength hockey 4-on-4 variety. As Brant Sherwood, the head coach for the Black Bears, wants an explanation. And now Emery going over to serve perhaps an extra call. We can count the players on the ice, though. It'll be 4-on-4. At least we think that's the way it'll be. Each team's got 4 out there. They have 1 penalty showing on each side. Well, the officials still aren't satisfied with, I think, the scoreboard and what they're showing in terms of the penalties. See if they get this scored online for us, and we'll check that when we can. There's 4 skaters on the ice for each team, so again, that's the assumption of what we're getting ready to witness. So they have hooking to Ramanel, they have embellishment to Yates, which is a 2-minute, and then they have a 2-minute unsportsmanlike to Yates being served by Emery. And I wonder, It's still 4-on-4. Thunderbirds still have those players out there. I wonder if they were asking for maybe a 4-on-3 with the extra penalty. Utita goes out to the half circle. And again, still showing with the 2 minutes, but Emery is serving this extra penalty, and that was my thought when he went over there, is there was something else that had been scored. And now they've changed that penalty to Yates to a 10. And Boutita's pointing up to the board with 4 fingers each way, and I think he'll play on, but it's going to be a 10-minute call to Yates, served by Emery. There's only 12:41 left to go in the game in regulation, and so that would take Yates out of the game until, again, 2:41 left, although you have to stay in there until the next whistle, so it could be certainly more than 10. And now the face-off comes down the ice. They've taken the penalty off the board to Ramanow. It's not showing. And now the face-off comes down, and it looks like a 5-on-4. So I may have misread John Boutita's signal down there. We're going to have a 5-on-4. All right, after all of that, offensive zone face-off, and the Thunderbirds having an opportunity to take the lead by 2. In the near side corner as we're back. LaBelle, he'll throw it to the side of the circle as they look to find it from there.
2 minutes for hooking.
And that's the hooking penalty. And again, it's not showing. It's not on the board. But he's in the box.
To number 12, Gavin Yates. 2 minutes for embellishment. And 2 minutes for unsportsmanlike conduct.
Now they say 2 for unsportsmanlike.
7-19.
And so we work again. Thunderbirds will find it here onside. In front of the net, there's an option with Cunningham. He's open, looks to slam it in. It's right there. He scores, falling down. They waved it off. Oh, they say no goal here. Cunningham scored from laying on the ice. And they have called this a no goal. Oh, I don't believe that one. Cunningham scored a goal there. Cunningham was denied on the first chance, and it was still free, and I think they gave the whistle to Friedlander early. The referee lost sight of it, and Cunningham jammed it in from on the ice. It remains a 1-goal lead at 3-2. That's not reviewable. If the referee loses sight, he blows the whistle immediately, and that's just unfortunate. And he again, from his angle, he may not have been able to see that, but from where we are, and I think they'll have it on the camera too, you could see that puck was sitting there, and Cunningham just jammed it right in. We're back here, still in the power play for the Thunderbirds. 3-2, 11:39 left to go in the Culver's third period. 55 left to go in the power play. Here's Ford. Gus Ford, side of the circle, up top. White zips it along to LaBelle. Zach White has room to shoot. Down low, give and go with Kramer in on net. Healy slammed down in front of the net as they make a save on Kramer. White, LaBelle, he's open, waits, fires one, and Friedlander makes a save on him. And they clear it. Down the rink it goes, collected here behind the goal of Boris Babic. Shots are 36-31, favoring the home team. Thunderbirds lead it by a goal at 3-2. We played 9 minutes here in the Culver's third period. Here's LaBelle. 15 to work on the power play. Steps onside. Mott has it. Shooting one. Blocked. Falls down. Here's Zach White. Goes back behind the net. Boutita back across now. It's LaBelle to Ford. Ford loads up. One-timer from Mott. Save made in front. They look to clear. They can't do it. 5-on-5 though. Ford shooting one. Save made by Friedlander. 10:34 left to play in the period. And that was the 34th shot of the game for the Thunderbirds, being outshot now 36-34 here in the Culver's third period with 10:34 left. Hey, Thunderbirds fans, got a sweet tooth? Well, Culver's fresh frozen custard is rich, creamy, and made in small batches all day, every day. Swing by Culver's at 2973 Fairlawn Drive in Winston-Salem and check out today's flavor. Culver's, welcome to delicious. Offensive zone face-off. They win it. Hanley a long shot towards the net. Save made, and Friedlander has this one too. And a bit of a whack there as Solak was looking to put it in with Keeley down there as well. So we're 28 seconds away from the halfway point in the Culver's third period. Again, the Thunderbirds leading here at 3-2. Still no score between Petey and Athens in the second period. Offense's own face-off in on goal, shut down there on that shot from Keeley. Another save made by Friedlander. Back behind the goal. Wyatt Friedlander looking for third win of the year in his third appearance. Dominic Tomei has been the goaltender of record lately. Black Bears have plenty of games played early on in the first half of the season by Connor McAnamina. He's not on the roster anymore. And so it's Tomei backing up tonight. Onside a chance for the Black Bears. A fire save made by Babbitt. Arm save made that time. And Twin City will find it. It's Jan Salak looking to skate it out towards center. And Demke got hauled down. And they'll let it go as it was, I think, a tackle sort of each way that time. They'll let the play continue. Onside DeRazio. Dropped it back. They'll look to center. Good stick there from Corey Cunningham. Still onside, though, for the Black Bears. And they couldn't play it, and here comes Cunningham racing towards it. Played by Friedlander in the corner, and he goes indirectly off the end wall to zip it across. And they look to break it out from there. Delayed offside. It hit LaBelle on the skates. Stolen away again from the Thunderbirds and Cunningham. Cunningham finds LaBelle. Long pass up to Zach White. White's onside. Roman Kramer. Open. Stop. Frees himself. Turns. Fires. And tip just wide. Oh, my goodness. What a check there. Oh, no. Cunningham. Let's hope he's okay. He got slammed into the far side post. And a penalty's been called, but I'm more concerned about him. We are in the media timeout, but we'll stay here with you. And Cunningham rises, and he's all right. Well, that was a scary check there. He went straight into that post with his face, and they did call a penalty on the hit, which was the correct call. But again, I'm just hoping that Corey Cunningham was okay there. Thankfully, he's all right, and they bring the scrapers out to deal with the ice, but we're pretty far into the media timeout, so we'll just stay right here with you as we did earlier. And we've got 8:58 left to go here in this third period. There'll be one more media timeout in the under 5, and so we'll step away and take that one at that point. But it's a 2-minute penalty that's up on the board, and so this will put the Thunderbirds on a power play. And they've had some chances on the power play here, specifically in the third period, but opportunities to get out to a 2-goal lead. They just showed the replay here in the building and showed it from a couple of different angles, and that could have been really nasty. Good for Cunningham to put himself in a spot there, as that's what they were trying to defend against, was he was open there on the far side post and had a play. So 2 minutes on the board beside Cameron Cervoni. That takes a defenseman off the ice for the Black Bears on this penalty kill situation. And a right circle face-off here for Nate Keeley. Keeley and the Thunderbirds go to work on the power play, and they fake the puck drop. And now we're playing hockey again. Goes into the near side corner. They'll look to dig it free from there.
2 minutes for roughing.
It's roughing the penalty. Cunningham is out on the power play. Good for him. Zach White gives it to Josh LaBelle. In front! And a quick shot that was saved by Friedlander. Back behind the goal line. Keeley turns. Goes into the far side corner to find Roman Kramer. In front they go. A one-timer save made by Friedlander. 8 minutes and 31 seconds left. And 1:34 now left to go on the power play. Shots are now even at 37-37. Far side corner. This time the Black Bears find it. They move it to the line, not out. Good trap of the zone there from Kramer to hold the blue line. Now they'll look to chase it down on the far side corner. Back and forth, and the Black Bears find it. Could be a 3-on-2. And picked off by LaBelle. Now Twin City should have numbers, and they still will. Kramer looks to center. Keeley in front, and the give and go to Cunningham just went wide. Out the other way. As they try to go, Cunningham nearly had an opportunity. Well, he did, but the pass just went past him. Here comes Anderson off the backhand and off a deflection. It's up and out of play. 51 seconds remaining on the power play. 7:48 left to go in the third. Twin City looking to strike for the 23rd time on the power play this season. Defense's own face-off win for Twin City on the power play. Still some time to work here, 44 seconds. Connor Craig will find a play out to Gus Ford. Across they go. Here's Mott. Finds the lock. Putita's open in front. Couldn't get it to him, though. He'll try it up top. Sends the pass to Craig. Far side circle. Here's Chris Mott. Waiting. Finds Craig. Quick pass near side. They got some room. Gus Ford has it. Cuts out in front. Rolls on him. Rebound. They score! Jan Salak! It's 4-2! Jan Salak has scored for the 12th time this season. 157th goal of his career. 7:17 left. 2-goal lead. Face off at center ice following that scoring play. Good job by Ford there to draw the attention of the Black Bears, and although he didn't really make the move and complete the move that he wanted to, he left it in front of the net, and Jan Salak found it. Five on five. And we're back. Black Bears win the face-off at center, and they'll move it down the ring. Here's the announcement.
Salak. Assisted by number 10, Gus Ford. And number 5, Connor Craig. Time of the goal, 12:43. That's Salak from Ford and Craig at 12:43 on the power play.
There's the call. Onside a chance for the Black Bears. They'll rip one just wide of the net. They were battling for it there in the near side corner, and so for our radio listeners, that's why I was letting it go. I knew that nothing was going to come from that as they continue to work, and then finally there was a chance. Nice to hear that goal announcement here on the road when the crowd is quiet. Here's DeRazio, top of the near side circle, swept away by Matt Garcia. Garcia will pin the puck to the near side from the dasher. Then it goes across here with 6:22 left to play in period 3. Just along the red line. Thunderbirds will look to battle for it from there. They've got it. It's Cunningham. Far side, holding on to it. Pressure to the back of him from Daniel Stone. Back behind the goal it goes. Out to center. Played here by Gavin Yates. And they cross offside. So they shut that advance down. And they'll have to try it again. PD with a 1-0 lead on Athens on the road in the second period. They did settle on that 2-minute call to Yates for the unsportsmanlike, not the 10. They had the 2, they went back to 10, and they settled on the 2. Of course, that's why you see Yates playing, is he's eligible to do that. No one's in the box. As we clean up that for you on the penalty side of things. Back behind the goal here with 5:45 left to play in the Culver's third period. This is the Black Bears with it. Thunderbirds now out shooting the Black Bears 39-38. Far side corner, and they catch up to a play there, but they blast a quick shot wide of Boris Babic. Found here by Matthew Garcia. Out towards center, collected along the red line. Binghamton with it with Yates. Here's Yates cutting over the red line. Onside. LaBelle off the backhand. Good clear. Out it goes. 5:10 left to play in regulation time. Thunderbirds on the road. 2 games this weekend. They lead this one 4-2. And near side corner. Hanley looking to play it. Out over the red line it goes. We are under 5 minutes. We'll be due for a media timeout unless there's a scoring play. And out it goes, and that should take us to the timeout, and it will. We'll step aside one last time for the final media timeout of the game. Thunderbirds lead 4-2.
Flow Offer to Purchase makes it easy for you to generate an appraisal for a vehicle online in under 5 minutes. You can confidently use Flow Offer to Purchase to determine your vehicle's trade-in value or to get a real offer to sell it to us. Here at Flow, we've always had a transparent, interactive appraisal process that our customers love. We developed our Flow Offer to Purchase tool to offer you that same great experience online or through our Flow Garage app anytime, anywhere. Using Flow Offer to Purchase is simple. Either enter your license plate number or VIN, and the system will pull up basic information about your vehicle. Some vehicles have options or extras that need to be selected in order to pull an accurate value. Then just tell us about the current condition of a few things like your tires, dents and scratches, or mechanical issues. From there, a real offer on your vehicle, whether you buy from us or not, is just a click away. Just a heads up, our staff will check over your vehicle to ensure your Flow Offer to Purchase is accurate. Your satisfaction is our priority. Flow Automotive dealerships have processed tens of thousands of vehicles using Flow Offer to Purchase, which has resulted in buying many thousands of cars from customers. Try Flow Offer to Purchase for free today. You can access this tool by clicking Sell Trade on flowauto.com or your dealer site by starting the Sell of the homepage.
Four minutes, 50 seconds left in the third period. Face off the logo at center ice, and we're back following the final media timeout of period number 3. Black Bears put it on side. Thunderbirds wanting to leave the zone with it, but unable to do that. And so back it goes, back here behind the net. From the near side. Long shot, and it pinballs in. It goes in off of a skate, and it's a one-goal game. And so C.J. Stubbs will have the goal. And that's a bad bounce, but it makes it 4-3. We're back after that quick goal. And it's Jansen who holds on to it, nearly gave it away to Chris Mott. Down it goes. And the Thunderbirds will look to skate forward here on the near side. Gus Ford looking for possession. We've got a one-goal game with 4:14 left in front. Save made, rebound. It's free and then covered by Babick. As they announce the goal to Stubbs. Friedlander comes over the bench and gets a word from the coaching staff, and I'm sure they gave him a time on the board if the game is still 4-3 for when he should look over and get some instructions. Offensive zone face-off here for the Black Bears. And C.J. Stubbs, he looks to win this away from Gus Ford, fouled by the Thunderbirds and LaBelle. Threw it out in front of the goal and then collected and played by Connor Craig. Given away, chance onside, blocked, and it goes wide of the net off the deflection. Back behind the net, rolling free in front, they turn, they fire it on Babick, and he makes a great save. 3:48 left, another one, Babick got hit, he goes down. And Babick is down at the top of the goal crease. They've blown the play down. And he was out of the blue paint there at the top, slow to rise. The fans certainly not happy they stopped it. Twin City working with a one-goal lead. Just showed the replay here in the building. Babick may have been caught with a high stick to the mask, and that's why he dropped back. And it looks like the Thunderbirds have called a timeout. We'll stay here with you live, though. as they have whistled for this stoppage. I think they did announce the timeout had been taken by Coach Harrison and the Thunderbirds. So we're in a timeout. We've got 3:45 officially left to go in this Culver's third period, and it's turning into chaos here at the end. There's been many penalties called tonight, but the Thunderbirds have this lead. Josh LaBelle scored back in the first period. Second period, Thunderbirds surrendered the lead, but then got it back with a power play goal from Zach White to tie it, and then Roman Kramer with a go-ahead goal that was scored even strength. Here in the third period, Jan Salak on the power play to make it 4-2. And at 15:28, CJ Stubbs makes it 4-3. That's where we are now. As we close in on the final moments of tonight's game. Thanks everyone for tuning in and joining us tonight. We're live on YouTube, Facebook, and WTOV Radio back home in Winston-Salem. And once again, these two teams have put on a show. It was a high-scoring, wild finish in a 5-4 final earlier this season when they got together here. Black Bears won a pair of road games on the road earlier this month. And we're back here tomorrow for a 7 o'clock start. And now Babick being looked at by the trainer. And we're ready to go again. So the timeout for the Thunderbirds is over. We're playing even strength hockey 5-on-5. Shots are 42-39. And a quick face-off win there that went right to Babick. I don't think that was played by the Black Bears, but instead it was a face-off win that went straight in on him quickly. They do give Binghamton a shot on goal, though. And now they'll do it again. LaBelle looking for it. He'll throw it out through center. This is going to hop a few times, and it makes the icing line. Icing called, 3:36 to go. First game of a 7-game road trip for the Thunderbirds. They'll find it here back behind the goal. And look to move it out, but a penalty called on the face-off. And Binghamton will go to the power play with a chance to tie the game. And it's Roman Kramer. From the face-off. Thunderbirds look for it here on the Bobo's Deli Grill penalty kill, but it's onside and controlled by Binghamton. Austin DeRazio up top, swings the pass, holding on to it. They'll zip it around here on the power play. Up top they go. Gavin Yates is open, shooting one through a screen, back behind the net. Twin City looking for it. It's punched away to the far side, still onside here. Austin DeRazio, 1:32 left on the power play. DeRazio shooting one, deflected, blocked, cleared, and out it goes. That was Cade Hanley who got in front of it, and he also was able to move it down the ice. Here on the Bobo's Deli Grill penalty kill, 1:20 left on that, 2:49 left here in regulation time. Binghamton steps onside, the shot, and it goes deflecting up and out. That's off the netting, and that brings us to a stoppage with that puck out of play. 2:42 now left. 71 seconds left on the penalty to Kramer. Gus Ford to the circle. Josh LaBelle's out there. Kate Hanley and Chris Mott. Down he goes, back behind the net. Mott racing in, looking to play along with Hanley, but the Black Bears will get to it. Now Ford battling for it. Binghamton's got it. They look to center across here. There's the drive. Save made. Cleared out. Down the rink it goes from Ford. They'll make changes. Zach White, Nate Keeley on the ice. Kate Hanley and Josh LaBelle, they'll stay. 45 seconds left on the power play for Binghamton. They're down by a goal at 4-3. Friedlander looking on as the advance was shut down on the blue line. Now it's grabbed and played by Garrett Sargis. And they'll cross over the blue line, onside, and on goal, and the shot went well wide. Stays onside with 23 seconds left to go on the power play. It's down behind the net. In the near side corner they go. 1:49 left. Long shot is blocked. It drops down to the far side corner. 12 seconds remaining on the power play. Down behind the goal. They'll move it up high in the zone here. It's Daniel Stone. Gave a quick pass. Mac Jansen steers a pass up the left wing. They go across. They look to fire and it was blocked. Grabbed by White. He clears it. Kramer's out of the box. Thunderbirds kill it off. 1:25 left. Kramer tries to steal it here back behind the goal line. 5-on-5 for now. Freelander's ready to leave. Thunderbirds won't let him do it. They get another clear down the rink. Back behind the line, it's Gus Ford. Ford, pressure to the back of him. Binghamton's holding on to it. They'll move it across to Yates. Here they go. Freelander stays, and now he comes. They'll fire one in on Babick, and he makes a save. Forrest Babick made a save as Freelander was leaving. 62 seconds left to play in regulation time. Shots are 45-39. And timeout called by Binghamton. And so they announced the timeout for the Black Bears. They have the empty net and a timeout as well for now. It'll be 6-on-5 when we get back to playing with 62 seconds left to play in our Culver's third period. This game has been incredible. Once again, these two teams putting on a show, and now they're about to settle it. Timeout has ended. And Binghamton will leave the bench, return to the offensive zone, and the net remains empty. 6-on-5, 1 minute, 2 seconds to play. 4-3 to score. Gus Ford to the dot. Here we go. Gus Ford against C.J. Stubbs. Down he goes, and no, they faked it. And they'll put 2 seconds back on the board. We'll try this again. And the referee at center didn't like the alignment. So we'll add some more drama to this. Down he goes. Now we're playing again. 1 minute left to play. Black Bears find it. They'll move it up high. Inside the blue line. Long shot. They score. And we're tied at 4. Face off at center ice. Down it goes. And Kate Hanley will look for it here in the defensive zone. Into the corner. Black Bears are to it. Thunderbirds find it, and Hanley will flip it down the rink. Keeley looking to steal it away here. 39 seconds to play. Twin City will search for it. Butita tried to put it out in front of the goal, picked off and played again by the Black Bears out to center. John Butita goes ahead with it. 28 seconds remaining in the third period. Tie game at 4. Jansen holding on to it. Out to center, look out! They're in! The shot, and it goes wide of the net. Off a broken stick. Out to center, Butita. 11 seconds left. He's run into, protects the puck though. Dion Demke, he's hitting the corner. And we got 3 seconds left, and the Thunderbirds find it. We're going to go to overtime. And so just like Saturday night, Saturday afternoon it was, we'll have extra hockey again. It's Ivan Bondarenko that ties the game in 1906 with a net empty and the extra attacker on the ice. Austin DeRazio and Mac Jansen each able to collect an assist on that game-tying goal. 4-4 is the score. And 5 minutes go on the board for the overtime. It'll be 3-on-3. The next goal ends the game immediately. Twin City with 2 overtime wins this season. Binghamton does not have an overtime win or an overtime loss. They do have 2 shootout wins this season. 28 regulation wins, 2 shootout wins to win 30 of their first 34.
15 a total of 39 for your Black Bears. 12 a total of 46. That's your NBT bet.
And shots after 60 minutes, 46-39. The 2 sides will switch ends. And so now we'll see the Thunderbirds attacking right to left in the extra session. All right. Zach White, Roman Kramer, Josh LaBelle on the ice. And the face-off is won by Binghamton. They hold on to it in defensive territory, and they'll look to work it slowly down the rink. 3-on-3, overtime finish to this one. The score is 4-4. Black Bears have it with Bondarenko. Goes across the zone. Near side, Austin DeRazio. Steps in front, fires one, shot block, and it's to the line. It's out to center, but it's right back to the possession of the Black Bears. 4:25 now to go in the overtime. LaBelle wants a change, Kramer also. And on the change, Jansen with a chance to win it. Save made, Boris Babic. Glove save in the overtime. Well, they caught the Thunderbirds changing, and Mac Jansen was looking for a hat trick and a game winner, and Boris Babic denies him with a glove hand. Defense's own face-off, Gus Ford. Down it goes into Babic's possession, and he'll cover this one up quickly with 4:14 now left to play. Gus Ford again. And this time he wins it to Connor Craig. Goes in directly back behind the net to find Jan Salak. And then he goes to play it to Gus Ford. Ford nearly had it taken away, trying to protect it. He's tied up here. Salak looking to jump in to help him out. Binghamton looking to take it away, and they've won possession. They carry it back into the defensive zone. Salak, Ford, and Craig on the ice for the Thunderbirds. Back across. It's a chance for Jansen. Good stick there from Twin City and Connor Craig. A chance now for Stone. Daniel Stone gave the pass, got it back in front, and they try to slide it across. Ford found it. Here we go. Gus Ford in the overtime. Crosses over the blue line. Top of the circle. Connor Craig shoots a one-timer and a save made by Freelander. It's down in the corner. We play on. And they'll miss the pass to Salak. Now Craig's got to get back defensively. Binghamton's got a 2-on-1 to win it. They'll look to fire, and what a play there from Craig going down. He broke up the play. Gus Ford, he couldn't hold on to it. Now the Black Bears still with it here. Far side circle. The shot, and it goes off the post, and it's high in the air, and it's out. 3:01 left to play in this extra period. .49 shots for Binghamton. 40 for Twin City. 4-4 the score. Nate Keeley looks to win the faceoff. He does. Back behind the goal. And it was played by Babick and then quickly played to Cade Hanley. And it's Chris Mott. Here's Hanley. And he'll move it up to Mott. Mott outmanned there. And taken aside, played by Freelander behind his goal. Crashing in. Twin City aggressive, looking to win possession back. 2:39 left to play in the overtime. They'll battle for it. And taken aside by Binghamton, and they have another 2-on-1 here. Here they come. Anderson goes across. They look to shoot. Play's broken up. And Keeley moves it quickly along to Chris Mott. Mott tried to settle things down. Goes back to Cade Hanley. Hanley waiting with it. 2 minutes, 19 seconds to play in the overtime. Thunderbirds going to change. White's on the ice. Nearly stolen away. They get it up to him. Zach White fresh over the boards, and he moves it along to Mott. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can make another change. They'll make a swap at center now. Cade Hanley, he's replaced by Josh LaBelle. Carrying the puck is Chris Mott. Here comes Mott. He'll jump over the blue line. Fires one. Shot blocked. 1:55 left to go in the overtime. It goes to LaBelle. Down low, Mott. He's hit from behind with a penalty called. It's Gavin Yates. And now we'll add a player and make it 4-on-3. Face off to the far side circle here. 4-4 the score. Zach White, Roman Kramer, Gus Ford, Josh LaBelle are the four skaters on the ice for the Thunderbirds. Face off. And they'll look to battle for it. It's a tie-up, and the Black Bears have found it. Here they come, short-handed in the overtime. The shot, save made by Babick at the top of the goal crease. And Babick aggressively got to the top of the paint, cut down the angle to make sure it didn't get by him. That was the 50th shot of the game for the Black Bears. Gus Ford, defensive zone face-off here on the power play, and he moves it to LaBelle. Nearly had it stolen away. They go in directly off the end wall to get it back to Ford. Now it's Gus Ford. Stick handling. He'll find an option to Josh LaBelle. LaBelle steps onside. No, taken away from him. It's Austin DeRazio. Goes across the crease. Far side there. They'll have a play with Stubbs. And now a break. DeRazio shoots. Save made. Boris Babick. It's free though, and the Thunderbirds will get to it. Here's Josh LaBelle. LaBelle powers his way up the left wing. Top of the near side circle. Fires one. They score! Overtime game winner. 5-4. This one's over. The Thunderbirds have defeated the Black Bears on the road. Boris Babick wins the game in net. We will see you tomorrow. We'll do it again. 5-4, Twin City wins it. It's a power play goal officially there at the end on the 4-on-3. And LaBelle celebrating as if it was his. I thought there may have been a tip, but I think that shot just went underneath the pads of Wyatt Friedlander. Boris Babick made a massive save on one side on essentially a 1-on-0 from the hash marks. LaBelle shot it, it went in cleanly. Zach White was right there, but in it went from LaBelle. And Josh LaBelle wins the game in the overtime. It's a 2-goal performance from him after scoring back in the first period. And after all of that, a game that the Thunderbirds thought they had to go to the extra session to earn it. And boy, did they earn it tonight. 3:53 is the time of the overtime game-winning goal from Josh LaBelle. It's an unassisted scoring play that has given the Thunderbirds a win here on the road at Visions Veterans Memorial Arena. It had been a several-game streak going back to last season in games played against the Black Bears, and they have ended that tonight. Absolute thriller of a hockey game. What a finish, what an overtime. I say it all the time, folks, but so many times these overtimes, they don't go that deep. They're ended early, and this one could have been ended early tonight. But Boris Babick was phenomenal in the overtime. He made 5 saves in the overtime period. Shots on goal in the overtime were 5-2. And so many times these overtime periods, you'll have 1 shot or 2, and that's it. But this one, it nearly went the distance, almost 4 minutes into the extra session. And Binghamton, all of a sudden, although it's an overtime loss, they have now lost back-to-back games. They were shut out by PD the last time they played here last weekend, and they've now dropped back-to-back decisions. The Thunderbirds winning back-to-back games in overtime, going back to the Saturday game last week where Roman Kramer was the hero, and tonight it's Josh LaBelle. Well, we have a lot to talk about in the postgame show, and we will do that for you soon. But this one is over, and the final score is 5-4.
Visit BinghamtonBlackBears.com.
The final shots on goal were 50-41, favoring the Black Bears, so we cleaned that up for you as well if you're watching online on YouTube or Facebook. But it's a 5-4 decision tonight, and just an incredible finish, an incredible hockey game. So we'll step aside for our audio listeners on WTOB. This will be about the same as a typical media timeout, roughly a normal 90-second break. We'll come back to give you a full post-game show tonight after a Thunderbirds win, a thriller. 5-4 is the final tonight as Josh LaBelle has won the game in the overtime.
2 pillows, endless possibilities. At Cotton & Crate, we make it easy to refresh your home season after season. Our 18x18 and 12x20 pillow sizes pair perfectly with our seasonal collections of interchangeable covers, so you can refresh your style anytime without cluttering up your closet. We're proud to team up with the Twin City Thunderbirds, celebrating hometown spirit and the comfort of home on and off the ice. Thunderbirds fans, enjoy $5 off your order at cottonandcrate.com with the code TBIRDS5OFF. Cotton & Crate, 2 pillows, endless possibilities.
Maple Chase Golf and Country Club offers the best in recreational amenities in the Triad. Come enjoy a meal at the Pinebrook Bar and Grill, relax by our pool and cabana, and gear up at the Pro Shop while sharpening your skills on our 9,000 square foot putting green, and play around on our 18-hole Ellis Maples Design Championship Golf Course. You can find out more at maplechasecc.com. That's maplechasecc.com.
Welcome back inside Visions Veterans Memorial Arena for the postgame show after a thriller of a game. Kendall Grayson with you as always for our postgame show here on YouTube, Facebook, and WTOB Radio. We thank everyone for tuning in tonight. And this one was just incredible. What a finish. And I mentioned this stat earlier tonight. This Binghamton Black Bears team, there's no doubt about how good they are. They're at the top of the standings for a reason. But as we heard from Coach Harrison through the Coach Harry show back on Wednesday, and the weekend preview that we run during the pregame show that we filmed. Actually, me and him filmed that on Wednesday. He talks about not giving this team chances. And unfortunately, the Thunderbirds, they win this game tonight. They'll still have some things to clean up going into tomorrow. And I think that's the good news for Coach Harrison, and from a coaching standpoint, is knowing that you weren't at your best tonight. You were pretty good to beat this team on the road, but there's still work to be done. There's still improvements, and they still found a way to win against a very good team. And the stat that I mentioned was we played 2 games on the road in this building this season against the league leaders. They've been the league leaders each time that we've been here. Each time the Thunderbirds have had a multi-goal lead in the game. And as I mentioned late in the third period, that they were just looking for a different finish tonight. They wanted a different result than what they had back in November, because they had a multi-goal lead in that one. And they were unable to close it. Tonight they get the job done. Now, they surrendered a couple of goals and had to work a little bit harder than they probably wanted to for the overtime win. But my goodness, we'll get to this one here on the score sheet. By the way, if you're watching on the postgame show on YouTube and Facebook, I don't have control over the camera here, so if they cut that off, we'll still have our graphics showing the 5-4 win at the bottom, and then we'll get to some full screen graphics for you as well. But if you see a black screen soon, that'll be why. So let's get to the recap of tonight's game. We'll go through the score sheet as we always do and break this one down for you. Josh LaBelle ends up being the second star of the night with 4 points. He has 2 goals and 2 assists. The third star of the night was Zach White, and so they give the Thunderbirds a couple of stars. They give the first star of the game to Binghamton's Mac Jansen, who also, like LaBelle, had a 4-point performance. He had 2 goals and 2 assists this evening. So Jansen's the first star, but those 3-star selection presented, as always, by Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist, as we bring those to you here in the postgame show. So it's LaBelle to score back in the first period at 10:09. Zach White got an assist on the goal, and the Thunderbirds went up 1-0 at that point. And they had that 1-0 lead. But it's a scoring play and a power play goal from Mac Jansen. Jansen had 2 goals tonight. His first goal tonight at 16:59 made it a 1-1 game. C.J. Stubbs, Austin DeRazio assisted. And at that point, we got a tie game 1-1 with just over 3 minutes left to play in period 1. Again, 16:59, the time of the scoring play for Jansen. So it's 1-1 after 1. Shots on net in the Pine Tree Tavern first period favored the home team, the Black Bears, at 12-10. We go to the second period, and it's a goal really early on from Mac Jansen that the Thunderbirds had to respond to, and they did. They scored the next 3 goals, and we'll talk about that. But you talk about all these moments, and we're just looking at the ones on the score sheet. We're not talking about the ones that don't show up on the score sheet, where those are extremely critical as well. But that's a moment there where Binghamton's got a good crowd in here tonight, making a lot of noise. They take an early lead in the second period. Attendance was almost 5,000. They had 4,893 tonight with the official attendance, 4,893. So they get that early goal there in the second period, and they push out to a 2-1 lead in front of a big crowd here, trying to win another game over the Thunderbirds. They've been really good against them going back a few seasons now. And Twin City looking to break this streak, which they do. But that point there, surrendering that goal and then scoring the next 3, that was a massive answer. And to get a couple before the period even ended. The Thunderbirds, they go down in the first minute of the second period. They come back to take the lead going into the third period. Zach White from Gus Ford and Josh LaBelle. That was a 5-on-3 scoring play at 11:59, which gave them the score of 2-2 tie game. Roman Kramer scores at 13:54 of the Flow second period. Zach White, Josh LaBelle assisting, and that was the go-ahead goal to make it 3-2. So the Thunderbirds leading 3-2 after the second period. Shots on goal really were pretty even for most of the night in all the periods. The breakdown, though, was 12-10 in the first period, and then 14-14. They were exactly even on shots on net in the second period. So 14-14 in the second period, and then we go to the Culver's third period, which turned out to be a thriller for some good reasons and some bad reasons for the Thunderbirds, and then we had the overtime finish, of course. But we go to the third, and it's a 2-goal advantage. Jan Salak from Gus Ford and Connor Craig. And I must say, and I was careful not to say anything because we know how good this Binghamton team is and the firepower that they have. But I will say that some of their fans gave up on them after that 4-2 goal went in. That's when they started to file out. Many of them did. And you never know. There's plenty of time left to go in the hockey game. And again, that certainly did not end the game at that point. But it put the Thunderbirds in a great position with a 2-goal lead with under 8 minutes to play. So 12:43 is the time of the power play goal from Jan Salak. Gus Ford made a play there. He cut out towards the goal and he wasn't able to complete the play. And so he wasn't really trying to just leave it for Jan Salak to shoot it, but that's what ended up happening. And Salak is able to surprise the goaltender there. And Salak scores for the 12th time this season. So 12 goals for him. Credit to him. He's not been healthy the whole year. This was just his 23rd game of the season. And so he's able to get on the score sheet there with that goal. So at that point, we got a 4-2 game. And then the Black Bears, they had their answers. They had a goal-even strength. C.J. Stubbs from Austin Durazio and Mac Jansen. And that was the one which, again, nothing against C.J. Stubbs. He has a ton of points this season. Very good hockey player. He puts himself in a good spot, but it just happens to bounce in off of his skate. It was a legal goal. He didn't try to kick it in or anything. He was just standing there. And that one, I think, was key for the Black Bears' momentum because they were just looking for something. They were just looking for the next one. No matter how they could get it, they just needed one there, and that's what happened. And there was still plenty of time left at 15:28 as we were in the final 5 minutes there. And then, of course, they get the goal with the net empty. And that was following a timeout that was called by their coaching staff, and it made it a 6-on-5. So Boris Babic was out of the goal at that point. The goaltender on the other side, Wyatt Freelander, was out of the goal. Boris Babic was very much in the net at that point, I can assure you. He was phenomenal. We're going to get to him a little bit later on. We're going to keep moving through this post-game show here. 51 total shots for Binghamton tonight, if that gives you any idea of just how good Boris Babic was. So they lift Wyatt Freelander for the extra attacker to make it 6-on-5. Ivan Bondarenko scores. Austin Durazio, Mac Jansen on the assist, and that's at 19:06. So they get the goal there in the final minute of the third period to make it a 4-4 tie and force this overtime finish that we saw tonight. Shots on goal in the third period. The Thunderbirds had plenty of them. They had 15 shots on net, and most of the time you like your chances when you put 15 on the board in the third period. Unfortunately, they gave up 20. So the shots in the third period were 20-15, and that put the Black Bears on the board with a couple of late goals, and it's an overtime finish, and 4-4 the score. So we go to the overtime, and Thunderbirds credited with 2 shots on net in the overtime, Binghamton with 5, and I mentioned that earlier here before we went to the break, and Boris Babic makes 5 saves in overtime, and they were quality saves. There was multiple odd man rushes that he had to deal with, 2-on-1s. He had to deal with a shot right out in front of him from Durazio. Jansen had a chance to win it, and he came up so huge for this team tonight, and that's one of the reasons that he continues to start these games and play in these big moments, because you're on the road. The top team in the league puts 51 shots on goal, and you're going to need an elite goaltending performance to give yourself a chance. And his stat sheet is going to say that he gave up 4 tonight, but you go back and watch that overtime and watch those third period saves that he made. He allowed the 2. The one was the extra attacker, but he was massive for this team in that overtime. So in the overtime, Thunderbirds end up going on a power play as Gavin Yates takes yet another penalty in tonight's game. He was all over the penalty sheet tonight. And Yates at 3:08 took a high-sticking minor. That's a 2-minute call. And so unless there was another penalty called, it was going to be a power play for the rest of the way for the Thunderbirds. Despite that, there were shorthanded chances that Binghamton had in the overtime. But at the end, it was transition hockey, a great save made by Boris Babic to my right. Josh LaBelle carried the puck all the way up the left side of the rink, up the left wing, and I think for a moment might have thought about passing it. He had Zach White crossing in front of the net as an option there, elected not to go that way, and just surprised goaltender Wyatt Freelander with a quick shot, and that was the game winner. That was the one that ended it tonight. LaBelle was already right there by the door that swings open that heads towards the Thunderbirds locker room, which is to my left, below me, and to my left and to the left on the screen if you're watching on the video side. He went directly out And then I think Zach White was there with him, but then a lot of the team, they emptied over the boards, and they went out to go find Boris Babick. And big celebration at center ice with hugs to him all around. And the Thunderbirds win this opening game of the weekend. And it's one game. They got to come back here tomorrow. They'll have to improve on their play. And there's things that they can go over and look at. You can point at several penalties that were taken in tonight's game that put them in a tough spot, allowing the Black Bears to sort of feast in transition hockey, although, again, the goaltender Babick came up huge. But there'll be some things they want to look at, certainly going into tomorrow, but we'll have another one for you beginning at 7 o'clock tomorrow. So that's the score sheet, and it was busy tonight, very busy score sheet. Shots on goal, they made an update there after the period, the overtime had ended, 51-41. Or the final shots on goal for tonight's game, again, 51-41, the final shots on net. And the Thunderbirds win this one on the road. The final score is 5-4. It's a 4-point game from Josh LaBelle, a 3-point game from Zach White. So we'll go to the out-of-town scoreboard report, and we will give you some scores from around the FPHL before we go off the air. We had technically the first start, although it was about 5 minutes the first start ahead of the Athens and PD game. But we did have the first start tonight, although we played a little bit of hockey, obviously, with the overtime and some of the penalties and the goal scoring and everything like that. But our game obviously is over, and it's the first one that's officially over as it's scored to me with the online scoring system. So PD now has a 3-2 lead on the road in the third period against the Athens Rock Lobsters. Again, that's a game that's critical for the Thunderbirds in the standings because they get 2 points with an overtime win tonight instead of the 3 that you get for the regulation win. And so they'll be watching that one as PD's 1 point in front of them in the standings. The Blue Ridge Bobcats have a 5-4 lead over the Danbury Hat-Tricks in the third period. Port Huron and Watertown, they are tied at 2. So we've got a 2-2 score in that one. Columbus with a 7-3 lead on home ice there for the River Dragons against Biloxi. And so Columbus well on their way to winning that one at the 7-3 score. Indiana has a 2-1 lead on the road against Topeka. And then it's Monroe who is leading Baton Rouge by 3. So it's 3-0 there for Monroe. And that's another game to watch. Monroe's the top of the standings in the division, but they have won 17 straight, and they're trying to make it 18 straight. The Thunderbirds hold the league record for victories in a row, and so Monroe is closely closing into that. But that's another one to watch on the out-of-town scoreboard report. So those are scores from around the league tonight here in the postgame show after a truly wild game tonight here on the road. And we'll talk about, we can take a look, I think, at the schedule for tomorrow. We'll step aside here quickly on the video side of things and have a look at the schedule. And so there it is. We'll bring that up for you. So here's the games on the schedule tomorrow. We're right back here at 7 o'clock. It'll be a 6:45 pregame show for tomorrow's game. You can find tomorrow's game the same places you found it for tonight, YouTube and Facebook on the video side of things, and our audio partners on the radio at WTOB to tune into the game tomorrow. So it's a 7 o'clock start, 6:45 pregame show. PD will be back on the road to play Athens, 7:05 the time of the start for that one. Biloxi has a road game against Columbus at 7:05. Topeka hosts Indiana at 8:05. It's 7:05 Central, 8:05 start time. 8:30 is the start time for Blue Ridge hosting Danbury, and Watertown will play host to Port Huron. Again, that's the schedule on the way for tomorrow. We still have our NASCAR night merchandise. The NASCAR night was moved, although Joey Logano was great and coming out and seeing us back on Saturday. So you can locate that at the team store. The next home games for the Thunderbirds are not until the end of February, as this was the first game of a 7-game road stretch where the Thunderbirds will then go back home to play Watertown in back-to-back games. And so the next one is on the 27th. For group tickets, you can contact Joe Cangelosi, who, of course, hosts the Cup of Joe segment that is so popular on the broadcast and our YouTube channel. But there we have another look at it. 7:35 the start time on Friday, February 27th, 70s night. And then Saturday's game will begin at 6:05 against Watertown. Thunderbirds are off next week. They don't have games at all. And so following the series tonight, they will have this weekend, of course, started tonight. Following that, They will have 3 critical road games against the PD Ice Cats on the 13th, 14th, and 15th of February. Road games against Monroe on the 20th and 21st of February. And then finally those 2 home games against Watertown at the end of February. For tickets, you can visit the box office in person. You can also call the box office at 336-727-2236. You can go to WSFairgrounds.com, Ticketmaster.com, or TwinCityThunderbirds.com. That's where you can find the recap for tonight's game as well. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in to, I know what's been a pretty long post-game show here, but knowing that we'll have to hit the road immediately after the game tomorrow to try to get back home and beat some of the weather, I thought I'd give you an extended version of the post-game show tonight while I can. I think it was certainly warranted given the game that we saw in this 5-4 win here on the road for the Thunderbirds. But again, we're going to continue to talk about these last 2 overtime finishes, but this one's the most recent one. And the Thunderbirds have a great start to the weekend, but now this is really going to be a hungry Black Bears team tomorrow. They were held off the scoreboard entirely in their last game, and now they drop this game against the Thunderbirds. So they will be very hungry to come out and prove a point tomorrow. And the Thunderbirds now, with this opening win of the weekend, they've got the confidence that they can go out and do it again and try to sweep the Black Bears here on the road on the weekend. So that'll, of course, be the goal. And the broadcast will begin at 6:45, and we'll have a 7 o'clock puck drop for you then. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in all night long. Kendall Grayson signing off from Visions Veterans Memorial Arena here in Binghamton, New York, where Josh LaBelle is the overtime hero. He scores a couple of goals tonight. He gets the overtime game-winning goal. It's a wild one, and what a game it was. Thunderbirds win this one. The final score tonight is 5-4. Until tomorrow night, good night from Binghamton.